Chapter 473. Yes, Master. After the red-clothed old man received the command token, he nodded respectfully with the blue-clothed old man, and they didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Their reverence towards the young man came from the depths of their bones and souls. Even if the young man asked them to die, they wouldn't frown in the slightest. It was only because this was their master, the supreme master. "All right, all of you can leave." The young man spoke indifferently. At the instant he finished speaking, the figures of the two old men gradually shattered and vanished without a trace. Their speed was so swift that only two material afterimages were left behind. For a time, only the young man remained in the sky above the palace. It has been over 20 years. During these 20 years, even though my soul existed, it was constantly suppressed. Now, Haiming's soul has been annihilated along with his main soul, and I've finally reclaimed control of my body. The young man's gaze was like a sword as he looked towards the distance, and it revealed traces of sorrow. Now that I think about it, I've left for 23 years. Suddenly, the young man's eyes became moist, and he seemed to have recalled something and was extremely sorrowful. His expression was extremely complicated. Sometimes it was filled with regret, sometimes it was filled with pity, sometimes it was filled with self-blame. Finally, the young man closed his eyes as his tears wet his face. If I could choose, I would rather choose those 23 years that I've missed and not this extraordinary strength. In the next moment, the young man didn't seem to have made any movements, yet his body shattered. It turned out that it was only an afterimage. The swamp of death, in the depths of the enormous pit. The cave passageway in the enormous pit was extremely concealed, let alone the existence at the end of the cave passageway that was like an underground palace. Presently, in the audience hall of the underground palace, the owner of that formidable soul from before seemed to have said that it was his main soul. He even said something about a soul. Looks like it wasn't his complete soul. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot as he muttered to himself. But it's precisely this incomplete soul that gives me the feeling that it's even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu. Unfortunately, after his soul was annihilated, it didn't leave behind any memories for me. This is different from the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, recalling the thrilling scene just now. Finally, he came up with an answer. Perhaps, the reason why he could fuse with Emperor Wu's lifetime memories was because reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been hiding in his current body for many years. However, that powerful soul earlier belonged to an absolute outsider. I'm still too greedy. This time, it's already not bad that I'm still alive. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, shook his head and sighed. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Perhaps this was the current him. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he was both shocked and curious about the existence that seemed to be even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul. One could imagine that such a powerful existence would definitely have a rich memory. If he could obtain the other party's memories, it would undoubtedly be a great gain. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain something he'd never expected. After all, in his senses, the other party's soul was even more formidable than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the broken stone tablet. According to what that powerful soul said earlier, this stone tablet seems to be the Devil Seal tablet. What exactly is the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his hand with the intention of grabbing the Devil Seal tablet and looking at it. His hand had just stretched out and exerted strength when a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Only now did he recall that even if Little Gold exerted her full strength at the third level of the void prying stage, she was unable to move this stone tablet in the slightest. I'm afraid. His thoughts hadn't finished revolving when they stopped abruptly. Duan Lingtian stared his eyes wide open as he looked at the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, and he was completely stunned. How could I possibly pick it up? Squeak squeak Tilda the little gold mouse stood at the side and was obviously shocked when she saw this scene, and she said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, how did you do it? You're actually able to pick up this strange stone tablet." "I don't know as well." Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he took a deep breath. "I don't feel that my strength has become stronger." Then there's only one possibility: this stone tablet has become lighter by itself. The stone tablet has become lighter. The little gold mouse's figure flashed out and leaped onto the stone tablet. Subsequently, her claws grabbed onto the stone tablet and actually flew up along with the stone tablet. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse that flew up with the stone tablet was extremely excited, and she didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, it has really become lighter. But why would it suddenly become lighter? Right, why would it suddenly become lighter? Duan Lingtian looked at the stone tablet that the little gold mouse had grabbed and flew up, and his heart shook. Could it be that it's because of that formidable soul from before? Because that soul left, so this stone tablet returned to normal? Although it was difficult to understand, Duan Lingtian could only think of this method to understand it now. The Devil Seal Tablet. That fellow wouldn't be a monster that was sealed within this stone tablet, right? Just because my spiritual force extended into the Devil Seal Tablet and opened up a path for him, allowing him to escape from the Devil Seal Tablet? When he recalled what happened earlier and the words the owner of that formidable soul said before he was annihilated, Duan Lingtian was able to guess some things. If it's really like this, then I've really shot myself in the foot. Fortunately, my soul doesn't belong to this world and is protected by some sort of law. Otherwise, I would have died for sure. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath once more, and there was a slight lingering fear in his heart. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget in his entire lifetime, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. Others might not encounter something like this in their entire lifetime, yet I've encountered it twice. My luck is really heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's surging mind calmed down, then he received the mysterious Devil Seal Tablet from the little gold mouse and studied it for a while, and after he didn't discover anything, he casually tossed it into his spatial ring. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. Although he didn't know what the Devil Seal Tablet was and what use it had. But since the Devil Seal Tablet was able to seal such a formidable soul, then he presumed it had its own uniqueness. Subconsciously, Duan Lingtian felt that this was a treasure that was hard to come by. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse carefully searched the audience hall for a while, and after they didn't discover anything, they prepared to leave. Before they left, Duan Lingtian asked the little gold mouse to pluck out the only valuable 9 luminous pearls in the audience hall. When Duan Lingtian bluntly put away the 9 luminous pearls into his spatial ring, the day was gone, and the entire audience hall fell into endless darkness, to the point one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The darkness didn't last for long, and a strand of raging azure-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's hand. What exactly happened all those years ago? This senior Duan Yu was obviously killed by someone shattering his sternum. Duan Lingtian had a complicated gaze as he glanced at Duan Yu's skeleton. I wonder if that deadbeat father of mine is still alive. If he's still alive, where would he go? Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope in his heart. Duan Yu, the half-step void stage ancestor of the Duan clan, even a half-step void stage expert, had died in the swamp of death. Whereas that deadbeat father of his was only a martial artist that had just broken through to the nascent soul stage all those years ago. You can be considered to be buried in peace if you stay here. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze from the skeleton, then brought along the little gold mouse and left the audience hall. He returned to where he came from. When he returned, Duan Lingtian had already familiarized himself with the cave passageway, so he sped up and arrived at the exit in less than half an hour. Little Gold, let's go back. After calling out to the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger, then they left the enormous pit and returned to the surface of the swamp of death. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to search deeper in. In the end, he still didn't find any clues related to his father. After spending over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had practically turned the entire swamp of death upside down, yet he still didn't find anything. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left the swamp of death. Presently, both the man and mouse were slightly exhausted. During these 10+ days, besides not being able to eat and drink in peace, they also had to be vigilant against the surprise attacks of the demon beasts in the surroundings at all times. Big brother Lingtian, let's go to the nearby city and find a restaurant to eat. Outside the swamp of death, the little gold mouse suggested, and her jade-green eyes were filled with yearning. You little fellow, you're greedy again? Just nice, I want to find an inn to properly take a bath as well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian sat on the soft back of the little gold mouse and allowed the little gold mouse to bring him along as it flashed out. It wasn't long before they arrived outside the city. Fair Sun County's county city. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk down and walked into the county city with large strides. This Fair Sun County's county city is about the same as the Swallow Mountain County's county city. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and merged into the endless stream of carriages, and he casually sized up the bustling Fair Sun County's county city. The county city was larger than ordinary small cities. But it was still inferior when compared to the imperial city. Duan Lingtian found an inn near the bustling trade market at the center of the city, then he took a bath and changed his clothes before bringing the little gold mouse to a nearby restaurant. After ordering a few signature dishes, Duan Lingtian sat at a seat by the window and gazed at the bustling stream of people on the road outside the restaurant. It's really bustling. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Presently, a man and woman were walking in side by side. The young man amongst them was around the age of 30, and he had an arrogant expression as if he considered everything beneath his notice. Chapter 474. Tong Li. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young woman around the age of 25, Tong Li, the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant all those years ago when he'd just arrived at the imperial city. He only found out later on. This Tong Li was actually the cousin sister of the imperial city's fifth prince. At that time, Tong Li had made things difficult for him on many occasions, and even the fifth prince wanted to take his life on many occasions, but unfortunately, the two of them didn't succeed. In the end, no matter if it was Tong Li or the fifth prince, they didn't have a good ending. Tong Li's cultivation was crippled by him. As for the fifth prince, he died in the throne room of the imperial palace. No wonder I felt Fair Sun County was slightly familiar since the beginning. Isn't this Tong Li the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he couldn't help but recall the scene that occurred in the restaurant in the outer city of the imperial city all those years ago. At that time, after he taught Tong Li a lesson, he'd heard of Tong Li's identity. I really do have fate with her. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a strange smile. Right at this moment, Tong Li, who just walked into the restaurant, noticed a burning gaze staring at her, causing her to frown as her face sank. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. Who dared be so audacious? Tong Li's fierce gaze was like a sword that fiercely pierced towards the owner of the burning gaze. But when Tong Li's gaze touched the person, she seemed as if she'd seen a ghost, and her face went pale as her body started trembling intensely. It's him, it's him. The scene from the past was still before her eyes, yet Tong Li wasn't able to arouse any hatred in her heart, and there was only terror. With the current status and identity of the person before her, he wasn't someone she could shake. Even her greatest backer, her cousin brother, the fifth prince of the imperial city, was supposedly overthrown by this person before her a few years ago. Tong Li, long time no see. When he saw an acquaintance, Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't not greet her, and he directly sent a voice transmission into Tong Li's ears. Tong Li seemed as if she was struck by lightning when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and her face went ghastly pale to the extreme. Sister Li, what's wrong? Right at this moment, the young man who was walking side by side with Tong Li noticed that something was wrong with her. He followed Tong Li's gaze, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. His expression couldn't help but darken. Younger sister Li, you know him? Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He had seen through Tong Li's fear when she faced the young man in the distance. He wanted to show off in front of Tong Li. I'm not feeling well. I want to return to the county governor's manor. Hearing the young man's words, Tong Li came back to her senses, her face turning green and white. Teach him a lesson? Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was probably no one that dared to threaten to teach this person a lesson. As soon as Tong Li finished speaking, she turned around and left. Sister Li, wait for me. The young man's eyes that were suffused with cold lights swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze, then he turned around and chased after Tong Li. Tong Li's departure was out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then withdrew his gaze. At this moment, all the dishes he ordered were served one by one, and he started eating. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse were full. Something worthy of mention was that the little gold mouse had actually snuck in to drink wine. Moreover, she'd completely finished the entire jug of wine, and she swayed as she stood on the table, as if she was practicing drunken punches. Finally, the little gold mouse's drunkenness kicked in, and she fell down head first, dead drunk. This little fellow actually didn't use origin energy to force the wine out. Duan Lingtian had a strange expression when he saw this scene. How would Duan Lingtian know? This was the first time the little gold mouse had drunk wine, and when the drunkenness kicked in, she'd forgotten everything, so how could she have thought of using origin energy to force the wine out? Looks like I have to stay in the Fair Sun County's county city for the night. This little fellow won't be able to wake up for a while. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly, then withdrew a few silver ingots to pay the bill. After paying the bill, Duan Lingtian intended to leave. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out from outside the restaurant. Subsequently, under the lead of a young man, 5 robust middle-aged men walked angrily into the restaurant. The commotion caused by the 6 of them was extremely great, and it instantly drew the gazes of most of the customers in the restaurant. It's the Mo clan's eldest young master. The Mo clan's eldest young master is about to marry the county governor's daughter, young Miss Tong Li. Now, there's still someone in the Fair Sun County's county city that dares offend the Mo clan's eldest young master? Who exactly is so audacious? The entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. Young Master Mo too, this is, the manager of the restaurant moved forward to greet the young man, and he had a perturbed expression as he looked at the young man. But the young man paid no attention to the manager of the restaurant, and he instead looked at a young man in the distance that stood up and intended to leave, and he shouted out explosively, "It's him!" Instantly, the 5 robust middle-aged men behind him seemed to have transformed into 5 ferocious tigers as they rushed forward and surrounded the young man. Duan Lingtian had already recognized the young man early on when he brought his group over. Wasn't this young man the person that was with Tong Li earlier? Mo too. The Mo clan's eldest young master? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He had heard the discussions of the group of customers in the restaurant earlier. For a moment, his gaze became a little strange, and his heart trembled slightly. I really didn't expect that there's still someone who dares to marry Tong Li. I think this Mo clan should be a family force in the Fair Sun County's county city. At this moment, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Surrounded by the 5 robust middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. You're the Mo clan's eldest young master, right? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, why? Didn't Tong Li introduce me to you? How would Duan Lingtian know that Tong Li was already trembling with fear when she saw him earlier? How would she have the mood to explain so much to her fiancé? Perhaps, Tong Li, who had already returned to the county governor's estate, completely did not expect that her fiancé would bring people to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. I don't care who you are or what relationship you have with Li but since you've made her unhappy, I'll teach you a lesson. A cold and indifferent smile appeared on Motu's face, as if everything before his eyes was under his control. Teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then he smiled. Are you sure you want to teach me a lesson? Don't blame me for not warning you. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you do them. Today, if your people dare to make a move, then I can't avoid going to your Mo clan to stay for a few days. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the group of customers in the restaurant, it was as if a perilous wave had been set off. This young man is so arrogant. He actually dares to threaten the eldest young master of the Mo clan when facing the eldest young master of the Mo clan and the 5 generals of the Mo clan. This young man is either a fool or has an extraordinary background. No matter how I look at it, this young man doesn't look like a fool. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly. Motu's face sank, as Duan Lingtian's words had similarly exceeded his expectations. Even though the 5 generals of the Mo clan had surrounded Duan Lingtian now, they didn't dare act rashly, and they were obviously waiting for Mo Tu's instructions. "Who are you?" Finally, Mo Tu spoke, and he stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. As far as he was concerned, this young man was either deliberately mystifying things, or his identity was extraordinary. If it was the latter, then he would really have to be slightly fearful. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mo Tu, as he knew that Mo Tu was afraid of him. Duan Lingtian didn't answer Mo Tu, and he couldn't be bothered to do so as well. He grabbed the little gold mouse and walked out of the restaurant with large strides. The 5 generals of the Mo clan looked on helplessly as Duan Lingtian left, and they didn't dare obstruct him. After all, their young master hadn't spoken. Damn it! Mo Tu's expression was unsightly to the extreme. When had he been disregarded like this? When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to walk out of the restaurant, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Capture him and beat him to death." This furious shout of his was obviously directed at the 5 Mo clan generals he brought along. Duan Lingtian's actions of disregarding him caused the accumulated flames of rage in his heart to completely explode. At this moment, he'd completely lost all reason. Simply speaking, he was hot-headed. As soon as Mo Tu gave the order, the gazes of the 5 robust generals of the Mo clan went cold as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the same time. In the sky, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out. The cultivations of these 5 Mo clan generals were completely revealed. The weakest was the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the strongest was the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian had only just stepped over the threshold and left the restaurant when he heard 5 waves of chaotic howls of the wind behind him. Duan Lingtian unhurriedly turned around. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an indistinct smile when facing the 5 Mo clan generals that flashed towards him and made a move against him. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Before the 5 Mo clan generals had even charged out of the restaurant, he'd already entered the restaurant. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale, and everywhere the gale passed, a gale arose and swept through the entire restaurant. For a time, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the tables and chairs within the restaurant flew into the air and smashed towards all directions. This included the manager of the restaurant, the Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo Tu, and the group of customers who were dining in the restaurant. They felt a piercing pain in their eyes when this gust of strong wind swept over, and they instinctively closed their eyes. And right at the instant they closed their eyes. Bang! 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 5 enormous bangs sounded out at almost the exact same time, and if one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't be able to discern them. When the group of people opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, they were completely dumbstruck. The 5 Mo clan generals had fallen on the ground and were drenched in cold sweat as they cried out loudly and rolled all over the ground. Their painful expressions caused the people present to feel a chill run down their spines. This young man is too terrifying. 5 Origin Core stage martial artists. In just an instant, they were all heavily injured by him. Unbelievable. This young man's age looks to be at most 22 or 23 years old. It's difficult to imagine that he actually possesses such formidable strength. His cultivation has extremely likely already stepped into the nascent soul stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Chapter 475. Duan Lingtian's gaze contained a sense of mischief mixed within as it slowly descended onto the dumbstruck Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo Tu. At this moment, Mo Tu had an astonished expression, and he still hadn't recovered from his shock. Never had he imagined that this young man would actually possess such a terrifying strength. In only an instant, the young man had heavily injured and defeated the 5 clan generals he brought along. "You! Who exactly are you?" At this moment, if Mo Tu still didn't know that he'd kicked an iron plate, then he'd really have lived for so many years in vain. Mo Tu's heart was filled with regret. He hated himself for being hot-headed earlier. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 5 grade 7 gold injury pills shot out and descended into the hands of the 5 Mo clan generals. The 5 Mo clan generals gratefully consumed the pills. Lead the way. Mo Tu was stunned, and only now did he recall what Duan Lingtian said earlier, and his face went grim. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian's strength was far from something he and the people he brought along could go against. In the entire Fair Sun County, the Mo clan could be considered to be a large clan, and its power and status in Fair Sun County was only inferior to the county governor's estate. But the atmosphere in the Mo clan today was especially oppressive. In the Mo clan audience hall, the seat at the head that originally belonged to the Mo clan's patriarch was occupied by a violet-clothed young man. Below him was the Mo clan's higher-ups, including the Mo clan's patriarch, gathered together. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with nervousness. A young man around the age of 23 had swept through 5 of their Mo clan's generals with extraordinary strength, and he was suspected to have stepped into the nascent soul stage. They were clearly aware of what a 23-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist meant. In their Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the imperial family and the 3 great clans would find it difficult to produce such a peerless genius. In other words, it was extremely likely that this young man wasn't a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and might even be from one of those formidable imperial kingdoms, empires, or even dynasty. Not to mention their Mo clan, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family might not dare offend such a person. "Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down?" Suddenly, the Mo clan's patriarch kicked his son, Mo Tu, to the ground and shouted coldly. Mo Tu didn't dare hesitate as he kneeled on the ground. Now, he realized the seriousness of the matter. "Young's name?" The Mo clan patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a perturbed expression. "Duan Lingtian of T." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Duan Lingtian? Of the patriarch, of the clan's patriarch of the clan of the patriarch Lingtian. The clan master of the son of Lings." When Mo Tu heard Duan Lingtian's name, his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. After a while, he struggled to kneel up again. Of Long S clan S master masters S master commander S commander of the commander the TS nephew of the divine might Marquis. As a great clan of Fair Sun County, how could the Mo clan not have heard of the Duan Lingtian, the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was spread like wildfire a few years ago? But they never imagined that Duan Lingtian, who was said to have left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would actually return. Not only did he return, he even came to their Fair Sun County. And their Mo clan member actually made a move against Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the gazes of the Mo clan's higher-ups descended onto Mo Tu, and all of them were filled with rage. Slap, 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 slap. The Mo clan's patriarch took a step forward, raised his hand, and directly beat Mo Tu into a pig's head. "Commander Duan, Mo Hong didn't teach his son well, please forgive me." Subsequently, the Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian with a face full of humility and nervousness. "Please forgive me, Commander Duan." The Mo clan higher-ups all bowed and apologized, and they hated Mo Tu to the bone. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. But to them, Duan Lingtian was far more terrifying than a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. If it was a member of a great power, the power behind him wouldn't go so far as to lower their status and fuss about it with their Mo clan. But Duan Lingtian was an existence that could be called a malefic star in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could imagine that once the matter of today was spread out, even without Duan Lingtian opening his mouth, there would be a group of powers that wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian that would make a move and annihilate their Mo clan. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had obviously broken through to the nascent soul stage. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the intention of joining a sect. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was surely able to have such a great improvement and break through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age because he'd obtained the cultivation resources of a great sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, he would surely be valued highly by a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a great figure in a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. They could imagine that the current Duan Lingtian was sufficient to make any power in the Crimson Sky Kingdom intentionally curry favor with him. Duan Lingtian. His actually Duan Lingtian. I should have thought of it. I should have thought of it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm afraid only this Duan Lingtian is capable of scaring Sister Li into fleeing. Mo too knelt on the ground and his body shivered. Patriarch Mo, you must be joking. I came to your Mo clan this time only because I wanted to disturb you for a few days. It can't be helped, I've been poor recently and can't even afford to stay in an inn. Duan Lingtian sat upright at the head seat, his left hand held the little gold mouse that was dead drunk, and his right hand lightly stroked the little gold mouse's smooth back as he pretended to sigh. All the Mo clan higher-ups were stunned for a moment, then they instantly reacted. Commander Duan, this is 1 million gold. Take it as our Mo clan's compensation. Please accept it. The Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, didn't say anything before withdrawing a large stack of gold from his spatial ring and passing it over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian bluntly received the gold and casually put it away in his spatial ring. All the Mo clan higher-ups heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, since Duan Lingtian had accepted the money, he ought to not fuss about this matter. Unexpectedly. This 1 million taels of gold is the compensation for the shock this young master Mo gave me. Duan Lingtian looked at the Mo clan higher-ups and said indifferently. The Mo clan higher-ups, who originally thought that they could send off Duan Lingtian like this, were completely dumbstruck. 1 million gold was just compensation for the fright. Mo too, who was kneeling on the ground, only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. His heart was filled with grievance. Who exactly is the one that scared who? Of course, he didn't dare say anything and could only helplessly mutter in his heart. All the Mo clan higher-ups reacted and once again glanced angrily at Mo too. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for Mo too, how could their Mo clan possibly invite such a great god back? It's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Today, they could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of these words. Commander Duan, please accept it. Mo Hong once again gave him 1 million gold, his heart dripping blood. 2 million taels of gold was undoubtedly a large sum of money for the Mo clan. At this moment, he truly wished that he could slap his son to death. This prodigal son, in such a short period of time, he had already lost 2 million gold to the Mo clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian received the gold and nodded with satisfaction. Patriarch Mo is indeed straightforward. Since Patriarch Mo is so straightforward, then I won't make things difficult for Patriarch Mo. Duan Lingtian's words caused Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups to heave a sigh of relief. Were they finally going to send off this fiend? However, in the next moment, when they heard Duan Lingtian's following words, their hearts were once again in suspense. Take this 1 million gold as the payment for the grade 7 gold injury pills that I gave to your Mo clan's 5 generals. Patriarch Mo, you wouldn't mind, right? Duan Lingtian once again put away the stack of gold and looked at Mo Hong as he asked with a calm tone. I don't mind, I don't mind. Mo Hong hurriedly replied, not daring to be negligent. However, in his heart, he had long since started cursing. 5 grade 7 gold injury pills for 1 million gold. This was simply more unscrupulous than a profiteer. Since it's like this. Seeing that Patriarch Mo is so cooperative, your Mo clan will compensate me another 1 million gold as the payment for my actions. How about it? All of you know that when a nascent soul stage martial artist makes a move, it still consumes some origin energy. A smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. Patriarch Mo, don't you agree? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different than a devil's in the eyes of Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups. You only made a move, and even hit our people. You still want a payment for your actions? The Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo Tu, who was kneeling there and suffering, had his already shattered psychological line of defense completely collapse. Bang! In the next moment, Mo Tu's vision went black, and he directly fainted from anger. However, no one pitied him, including his father. Giving away 3 million taels of gold like this was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Mo clan. It was also their Mo clan that relied on their relationship with the county governor's estate to monopolize many industries in Fair Sun County. Otherwise, even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to take out so much money. After receiving another 1 million gold, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He never imagined that the Mo clan, a clan in a mere county, would actually be able to take out so much money. At the beginning, he only planned to ask the Mo clan for a few 100,000 gold. But who knew that the Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, would give him 1 million gold as soon as he made a move, causing him to be embarrassed to not take more. It could be imagined. If Mo Hong knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking in his heart, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. Patriarch Mo, your Mo clan is really generous. If I'm free in the future, I'll surely come often. When Duan Lingtian left, he smiled as he spoke to Mo Hong. However, these words of his caused the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups, including Mo Hong, to go pale. This maleficent star wants to come often? Ha ha. Just kidding, just kidding. When he saw the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups change, Duan Lingtian laughed, then took the little gold mouse and directly left. Chapter 476. After Duan Lingtian left the Mo clan estate with the little gold mouse, he left the Fair Sun County's county city and returned to the imperial city. As far as he was concerned, the matter of the Mo clan was only a farce. 3 million taels of gold was nothing to him, who had tens of millions of taels of gold in his possession. Since the Mo clan's eldest young master had offended him, he could only consider himself unlucky. After returning to the imperial city, Duan Lingtian didn't return home but instead went to the Duan clan, as he had some unresolved questions in his heart. After arriving at the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian went to look for the patriarch, Duan Yu Hua. Patriarch, I heard Uncle Nai say that after my father went missing in the Swamp of Death all those years ago, the clan had once sent an expert into the Swamp of Death to look for him. I wonder what was the name of that expert? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in this, Duan Yu Hua still said, that expert was an ancestor of our Duan clan, an existence at the half-step void stage. He was called Duan Yu. Duan Yu. Duan Lingtian's eyes imperceptibly constricted. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. The skeleton he saw in the underground palace's audience hall under the enormous pit in the Swamp of Death really belonged to that expert from the Duan clan all those years ago. The letter within the spatial ring of that skeleton was sufficient to prove his identity. Little Tian, why did you suddenly ask about this? Duan Yu Hua asked curiously. Just asking. Duan Lingtian smiled, but didn't speak the truth. It wasn't that he intentionally concealed it, but rather that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for that senior. After all, that senior had already passed away for a long time. Just let that senior sleep peacefully in that underground palace. After finding out what he wanted to know, Duan Lingtian's objective this time could be considered to have been accomplished, and he directly bid farewell to Duan Yu Hua and left. After leaving the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Paladin Academy to see his teacher in the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng. He was also the dean of Paladin Academy. You've returned for so long, you only remembered to see me now? Once they met, Sima Changfeng couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and have been busy cultivating, so, hehe. Alright, I was just joking. I heard that 1 month ago, as soon as you returned, you made the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom suffer a loss and flee in panic. Moreover, you used an extremely strange method. Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Also, the junior brother you brought back is actually a first-level nascent soul martial artist. I'm very curious, as his senior brother, what realm has your cultivation reached? Seeing Sima Changfeng's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a step forward, and his yuan power surged. The next moment. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, 1,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Sima Changfeng exclaimed with an astonished expression. Although he was prepared since long ago and guessed that Duan Lingtian's current strength ought to be stronger than his junior brother, Sima Changfeng never imagined no matter what. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A 23-year-old 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, what sort of concept was this? Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, a 23-year-old 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist is probably extremely rare, Sima Changfeng thought to himself. When Sima Changfeng was astonished, Duan Lingtian was using his spiritual force to size up Sima Changfeng. After not seeing him for a few years, this teacher of his had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage, and it was shocking. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian chatted with Sima Changfeng for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. When he left, he went to see the vice dean, Zhon Hong. Zhon Hong had helped him many times all those years ago, and he'd always remembered it in his heart. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Snow Moon Sect. The Snow Moon Sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. Yet now, along with the Mountain Split Sect and 7-Star Sword Sect being annihilated successively, only 3 of the 5 great sects remained, and they'd merged together. The Snow Moon Sect had completely vanished in the annals of history. Whoosh! A graceful figure was like an exceedingly swift bolt of lightning that flashed into the sect. This caused the disciples that guarded the sect to be dumbstruck. Isn't that senior sister Liu Yu? One of them recognized the owner of that graceful figure. The personal disciple of one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, sect leader Xuerui. Xuerui was the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect. Senior sister Liu Yu is so anxious, looks like she's encountered an urgent matter. Another person couldn't help but guess. As the former Snow Moon Sect's residence, it was covered in snow all year round, and it seemed to be covered in a layer of beautiful silver. Master! In the depths of the snowy mountain, an anxious voice broke the silence. Before a palace that was enveloped in snow, a young woman around the age of 30 stood there, and when she spoke, her breath condensed into ice and fell down. Come in. A voice sounded out from within the palace. The young woman walked into the audience hall of the palace and looked at the nearby middle-aged man before bowing respectfully. Master! The middle-aged man wore a silk headdress and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had an elegant bearing and extraordinary bearing. You, what's the matter that's so hurried? The middle-aged man that was dressed like a scholar, the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect, Xuerui, had a bewildered expression as he looked at his personal disciple. Master, there's news of Duan Lingtian. Liu Yu's face flushed red as she spoke excitedly. What? Xuerui's pupils constricted when he heard this. Where is he now? As Xuerui finished speaking, his tone had slight coldness. Since the battle at the 7-Star Sword Sect the other day, Duan Lingtian had fled, and their Azure Forest Trisect had exhausted all their efforts to search for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, yet they came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius of the 7-Star Sword Sect, had suppressed the zither young master that was ranked 3rd among the 5 great young masters at the mere age of 23. They could imagine that once this Duan Lingtian matured in the future, he would surely become a great calamity for their Azure Forest Trisect. So no matter what, they had to drag out this Duan Lingtian and eliminate him by the roots before he matured. Otherwise, the Azure Forest Trisect would never have a day of peace. But during this period of time, even though they'd exhausted a great deal of effort in searching for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, they'd always been unable to find any clues related to Duan Lingtian. This caused them to be impatient. Yet now, there was finally news of Duan Lingtian. Master, Duan Lingtian is currently within the imperial city of a small kingdom under our Azure Forest Kingdom, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Liu Yu spoke with slight excitement. After all, after the battle at the 7-Star Sword Sect, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had jointly announced, no matter who it was, once a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect found the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian, the disciple would be able to obtain a Grade 5 spirit weapon. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Grade 5 spirit weapons had always been the exclusive right of the leaders of the few great powers that stood at the peak. The degree of its preciousness was obvious. Whereas for the sake of searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the reward offered by the Azure Forest Trisect was precisely the 2 Grade 5 spirit weapons of the 7-Star Sword Sect and Mountain Split Sect that had already been annihilated. Once Duan Lingtian was killed, the person that provided the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian could choose any one of the grade 5 spirit weapons. At this moment, Liu Yu seemed to have seen a grade 5 spirit weapon beckoning to her. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Xue Rui was first stunned, then came to a sudden understanding. No wonder we were unable to find any clues related to Duan Lingtian even after mobilizing all the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. So it turns out that he went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Is the information accurate? Xue Rui had a serious expression as he asked Liu Yu. Don't worry, Master, the information is surely accurate. For the sake of verifying it, I even personally made a trip to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Master, perhaps you still don't know, but Duan Lingtian rose to fame in the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, and is even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Liu Yu said slowly, according to the information I personally found out, Duan Lingtian had once appeared in the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. Moreover, he has many friends and relatives in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. When she spoke up to hear, Liu Yu paused for a moment before continuing. If it's necessary, we're entirely capable of using those people to force Duan Lingtian to show himself. You're very good, you didn't disappoint, Master. Xue Rui's face revealed a gratified smile. I'll go look for Sect Leader Long and Sect Leader Lu right away and tell them of this good news. Once Duan Lingtian is killed, you'll obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Rui soared into the sky and left directly, only leaving behind Liu Yu, who stood on the spot with an excited expression. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City. Unknowingly, I've already returned for 2 months. In the spacious rear courtyard of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian sat within the pergola as he teased the little gold mouse on the table. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and cried out, then said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, do you miss big sister Ke and big sister Li Fei? Duan Lingtian nodded. Ke and little Fei haven't returned until now. I wonder where they went. Before the little gold mouse could reply, Young Master, a voice sounded out into the rear courtyard. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Jingru's voice. Jingru, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the rear courtyard to arrive at the front courtyard. Young Master, there's a member of the Duan clan outside looking for you. Jingru said to Duan Lingtian. A member of the Duan clan? Duan Lingtian walked out of the courtyard house and noticed that there was already a carriage waiting there. Little Tian. In next to no time, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. I'll take you to see someone. Duan Lingtian recognized the person, the Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian carried his bewilderment as he boarded the carriage. See who? You'll know when we arrive at the clan. Duan Yu Hong kept Chen Shi in suspense. Duan Lingtian carried his bewilderment as he arrived at the Duan clan estate with Duan Yu Hong and headed towards the Duan clan audience hall. They hadn't even entered the audience hall when Duan Lingtian heard a voice that sounded out from within. Third brother, all this isn't your fault. Besides that, your son is extremely promising. Now that you've returned, you can properly enjoy your life. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the patriarch, Duan Yu Hua. Third brother. Chapter 477. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he heard Patriarch Duan Yu Hua. In the entire world, there seemed to be only one person that could be called third brother by Duan Yu Hua, Duan Rufeng. In other words, his deadbeat father. Not to mention that as a person that had transmigrated from Earth, he didn't have any feelings towards his deadbeat father that he'd never met. Even the Duan Lingtian from before didn't have any memories of his deadbeat father. To Duan Lingtian, his father was too distant, too illusory. However, the sudden appearance of a person that had been missing for an entire 23 years still caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked and feel disbelief. Fourth uncle, is it really my father? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Yu Hong and couldn't refrain himself from asking. An unprecedented, perturbed feeling. Duan Yu Hong lightly smiled. Wouldn't you know if it's your father once you go in and take a look? Only when Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall did he understand what Duan Yu Hong meant earlier. Within the audience hall, a young man with a tall figure was standing opposite the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Yu Hua. Now, when they heard his footsteps, the two of them turned around at practically the same time to look over. Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended onto the young man. The young man wore azure clothes, his hair casually scattered on his shoulders, and his handsome face was incomparably clean. The young man had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a firm expression, and distinct edges that seemed as if they were carved by a blade. What caused Duan Lingtian to be most surprised was that the young man's appearance was actually 60% or 70% similar to his own. At the same time, when facing this young man, a feeling of blood connection arose in his heart for no reason. At this instant, there was no need for any words as Duan Lingtian had already confirmed the young man's identity. Duan Rufeng, his deadbeat father. The husband that his mother yearned for day and night. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Duan Rufeng was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian could see traces of excitement contained within Duan Rufeng's eyes. It was excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. You're Tian. Duan Rufeng walked forward in large strides and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a few steps, then he stretched out his hand towards Duan Lingtian's face. If it was another person, Duan Lingtian would have kicked that person flying long ago. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not do so and allowed the other party to reach out and touch his face. For some reason, a feeling, Tian, Duan Lingtian. Tus, this feeling. Father. And, Duto Duan to, Duan Tian tus to recognize Duan Tian to him to speak. In fact, the moment he saw Duan Yu Feng, he was filled with resentment toward him. He resented Duan Rufeng for not coming back earlier and letting his mother suffer so much. Everything that was happening right now seemed to be at the behest of ghosts and gods. It was as if his subconscious was urging him to do so. What did you just call me? You called me father? Duan Rufeng's face was full of excitement and surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that this son, whom he had never met before, would directly recognize him as his father. After all these years, he was the one who had let Duan Lingtian down. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't want to recognize him as his father, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian either. For over 20 years, he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. You're not my father. When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Rufeng's words, he couldn't help but be startled. No. I'm your father. Duan Rufeng spoke without thinking, as he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian wouldn't recognize him as his father. Duan Lingtian started laughing. But in next to no time, his smile completely froze. When his spiritual force touched Duan Rufeng, he actually noticed that there wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy in Duan Rufeng's body. When his spiritual force fused into Duan Rufeng's dantian, he didn't notice even the slightest trace of origin energy. Father, your origin energy. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Although his spiritual force didn't notice any trace of damage in Duan Rufeng's dantian, Duan Rufeng's body really didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. After all, Duan Rufeng was already a nascent soul martial artist 23 years ago. Now, 23 years had passed. Logically speaking, with the natural talent that Duan Rufeng revealed that day, it wasn't difficult for his cultivation to break through to the void initiation stage. But now, not only was Duan Rufeng not a nascent soul martial artist, even his origin energy had completely vanished. Of course, it wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that Duan Rufeng's cultivation might have advanced to the void interpretation stage due to some sort of fortuitous encounter, but, even if it was a void interpretation stage expert, even if Duan Lingtian couldn't see through the depth of their cultivation, he was still able to sense the origin energy within their bodies. Now, Duan Rufeng's body didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. The result of Duan Lingtian's investigation was that Duan Rufeng was currently only a 9th-level body tempering stage martial artist that hadn't developed origin energy. This was no different from a martial artist whose dantian was crippled. At this moment, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that perhaps this was related to the reason why this cheapskate father of his had gone missing for so many years. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. My origin energy doesn't exist anymore. Duan Rufeng sighed. That year, I went to the Swamp of Death to search for the serene oxypetalum for you and your mother, but an unforeseen event suddenly occurred during this period of time. Because of some reason, it caused me to have no choice but to be unable to return to look for you and your mother during these 23 years. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have long since chosen to burn both jade and stone and perish together with that person. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the dense coldness contained within Duan Rufeng's tone. That person? Duan Lingtian's face sank. Who was that person? I'll take revenge for you. There's no need. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bewildered expression. Duan Rufeng explained. That person's evil deeds were repaid with evil, and has already been completely annihilated. Otherwise, Father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. Then he really got off lightly. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring coldness. That person didn't just destroy his father, he even caused his mother to be alone and without anyone to rely on for so many years. He wished for nothing more than to tear that person into pieces. No matter what, it's a happy thing that you and your father were able to reunite once more. Duan Yu Hua, who'd always been standing silently at the side, spoke slowly. Yeah, third brother. Even if you don't have your cultivation, you still have an extraordinary son. You just have to properly enjoy your life in the future. Duan Yu Hong spoke out as well. Duan Rufeng nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an ashamed expression, Tian, the patriarch has already told me about your past experiences. It's been hard on you and your mother these past few years. All of this is Father's fault. Father, don't mention the matters of the past. You being able to return this time is already a great fortune amidst misfortune. I think that if Mother were to see you, she would surely be extremely happy. Duan Lingtian persuaded Duan Rufeng, and as he finished speaking, his face revealed a smile. Duan Rufeng's body shook when he heard this. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Duan Yu Hua and Duan Yu Hong before leaving the Duan clan estate with Duan Rufeng. On the way, Duan Lingtian had the intention of asking Duan Rufeng about his experiences in these past 20 years. However, he quickly noticed that Duan Rufeng wasn't too willing to mention that experience. Based on Father's current attitude, I can imagine that it's surely an experience that he's unwilling to recall. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and at the same time, he didn't ask any further. Not long after, Duan Lingtian brought Duan Rufeng back to his own courtyard house. Young master, this is. Jingru was completely stunned when she saw Duan Rufeng by Duan Lingtian's side. Because Duan Rufeng and Duan Lingtian were too similar in appearance. Jingru, this is my father. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Jingru was shocked, and at the same time that she slightly lost her composure, she hurriedly bowed to Duan Rufeng. Greetings, master. According to her knowledge, didn't the young master's father go missing over 20 years ago? Now that he suddenly returned, it was surprising. Father, she's Jingru, the manager of my courtyard house. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng lightly smiled as he nodded to Jingru, but his gaze quickly moved away from Jingru and swept through the courtyard house. Jingru guessed what Duan Rufeng was looking for, and she lightly smiled as she said, Master, Madam is in the rear courtyard. Rear courtyard? Duan Rufeng's eyes brightened, and his handsome and firm face slightly trembled with excitement. Father, come with me. Duan Lingtian took Duan Rufeng to the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, a graceful and beautiful figure stood in the distance, watering the flowers and plants. Her back was picturesque, which made people's eyes brighten. Tian'er, you're back. Hearing the footsteps, the woman slowly turned around. I heard from Jingru that early in the morning, you. The woman didn't finish her words, because at this moment, she was completely stunned. For more than 20 years, The figure that appeared in countless midnight dreams appeared in front of her eyes. So real, but so illusory. Brother Feng. I'm not dreaming, am I? The woman's gaze completely ignored Duan Lingtian, and fell on Duan Rufeng beside Duan Lingtian. She was inexplicably excited. The woman's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of anxiety, for fear that the scene in front of her was just a dream. She didn't even have the courage to pinch herself to make sure whether she was dreaming or not. Because once she failed, it meant that she would wake up from the dream. She didn't want to interrupt this beautiful moment. Even if it was just a dream, she still hoped that she would never wake up from this dream, and hoped that this moment could become eternal. At this moment, Duan Rufeng's body was also trembling slightly. His mood was no different from the woman in front of him. Mother. Seeing that his cheap father Duan Rufeng stayed in the same place for a long time without any movement, Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile, and exclaimed, "You're not dreaming. Father is back. Your intuition is right. Father is not dead, really not dead." Chapter 478. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that his mother and that deadbeat father of his had been separated for so many years, and they surely had many things to say to each other. So, he sensibly left the rear courtyard and didn't disturb them. I truly never imagined that I would actually recognize this father as a coincidence. When he recalled the scene that occurred in the Duan clan earlier, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand and find it hard to believe. At that moment, he didn't even have the time to react before inexplicably calling Duan Rufeng father. Perhaps, this is the connection of bloodlines. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was extremely happy that Duan Rufeng was able to return. He wasn't happy for himself. He'd long since gotten used to his current life, and whether that deadbeat father of his returned or not didn't affect him too much. He was happy for his mother. During these past few years, his mother had painstakingly raised him up. A woman that didn't have anyone to rely on, the hardships she carried could be imagined. So, Duan Lingtian had always loved his mother dearly. Now that the man his mother yearned for day and night had returned, it also meant that from today onwards, his mother wouldn't be alone any longer. Squeak squeak tilde suddenly, the little gold mouse's cry sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "Little gold, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in bewilderment and asked curiously. The little gold mouse blinked her jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, when your father looked at me earlier, I sensed a terrifying aura sweeping over. That terrifying aura was extremely similar to the aura I sensed at the Swamp of Death the last time." Swamp of Death? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He clearly remembered what happened the last time. It was precisely because the little gold mouse sensed that terrifying aura that she was able to bring him to the underground palace that was embedded deep underground. But, according to what the little gold mouse said, that terrifying aura only appeared briefly at the moment the formidable soul wanted to crush his soul and seize his body in the end. That terrifying aura was obviously emitted by that formidable soul. On that day, Duan Lingtian had guessed it. "Little gold, I think you've surely sensed wrongly. The owner of that aura you sensed will never appear again." Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought that the little gold mouse sensed wrongly. The little gold mouse's head drooped and didn't refute. After all, it had only sensed the terrifying aura when Duan Rufeng looked at it earlier. In the blink of an eye, that aura. At this moment, even she herself wasn't sure if it was a misconception or not. Only when night fell did Duan Lingtian hear Li Ru call out to him. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to walk into the rear courtyard. Only now did he notice that his mother, Li Ru, was leaning by the side of his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Her beautiful cheeks revealed a wisp of crimson, and her watery eyes even seemed to be able to melt everything. "Mother, congratulations on getting what you wanted." It was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his mother so happy, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He was able to discern that his mother was really happy, and her happiness was written all over her face. "Tian quickly come over and let your father take a good look at you." Li Ru called Duan Lingtian over, and her smile was like a flower that was beautiful and moving. Duan Lingtian walked over. Ruer, it's been hard on you these past few years. I've already found out about what you and Tiana have experienced these past few years. I guarantee that I won't leave you half a step in the future. Duan Rufeng looked at his wife by his side, and his heart was filled with guilt when he thought of his wife's experiences these past few years. Li Ru nodded lightly with a face full of happiness. The family of three was joyous and harmonious. During this period of time, for the sake of not causing his mother to worry, Duan Lingtian didn't mention the matter of his father losing his origin energy, and he only acted as a foil and listened to his father and mother speak of past matters. These past matters were mostly matters of his father and mother when they were young. At that time, he still didn't exist. I actually have 2 future daughters-in-law. After Duan Rufeng heard Li Ru mention Ke and Li Fei, his eyes lit up, and he smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Tian, not bad, not bad. You're stronger than your father in this aspect. What? Big brother Feng, you want to hug one in each hand as well? Sitting next to Duan Rufeng, Li Ru's voice was as gentle as water, and almost no strange emotions could be detected from it. However, Duan Rufeng's face completely collapsed. I said the wrong thing, I didn't mean that. I really didn't mean that. Seeing Duan Rufeng hurriedly explaining to Li Ru, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Big brother Feng, Tian, you two have a good chat and cultivate your relationship. I'll cook tonight. When Li Ru left the backyard, her cheeks were flushed, and she was very happy. People were in high spirits when faced with happy event. This was the current Li Ru. To Li Ru, nothing could make her happier than the return of her husband who had been missing for more than 20 years. Father, what's wrong with your origin energy? I noticed that your Dantian doesn't seem to have any traces of damage. Can you cultivate again? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and asked. Tian, you don't have to worry about me. I'm already very happy to be able to return to your mother's side this time. As for other things, they're not important to me. Duan Rufeng's words came from the bottom of his heart. It was as if losing his origin energy would not affect his mood at all. Duan Lingtian was silent. Could it be that his father really couldn't cultivate again? Although he didn't know the reason, based on his father's current attitude, it was obvious that he didn't intend to cultivate again. Or perhaps it was because of some reason that his father couldn't cultivate again. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he didn't ask any further. Father, it doesn't matter if you can cultivate again or not. Even if you don't have your cultivation base, you're still my mother's husband, and my father, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Just like what fourth uncle said at the Duan clan estate today. In the future, you just have to accompany by mother's side and properly enjoy life. I don't dare guarantee anything else, but I still dare guarantee that I'll give you and mother a stable life. Tian. Duan Lingtian's words caused Duan Rufeng to go silent for a long time before slowly speaking. However, even if he spoke, he seemed to not know what to say, and he only lightly called out Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with gratification. All those years ago, the child that was still in his wife's womb had already grown up and was successful and well known now. As a father, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Not long after, Li Ru brought along the servant girls to carry the food into the rear courtyard, and the family of three gathered together to eat happily. Squeak squeak tilde. During the process of eating, the little gold mouse poked its nose in and added a great deal of fun. Duan Lingtian ate this meal with incomparable warmth and happiness. But, after the meal, as he sat alone at the side, his gaze became slightly misty. I wonder where Ke and little Fei are now, and how they are. Besides his mother, the 2 little girls were the greatest worry in Duan Lingtian's heart. Especially now when he saw his mother happily snuggling up by his father's side, his feelings were even greater. Logically speaking, no matter how far they went, they ought to have returned by now, right? Deep into the night, it was rare that Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, and he lay on the bed as he thought of the 2 little girls. Unknowingly, he'd fallen asleep. On this night, he had a dream, and he dreamed that Ke and little Fei had returned, but, when he woke up the next day and stretched out his arms, the empty feeling undoubtedly told Duan Lingtian that Ke and little Fei hadn't returned yet. With Peak Master Qin Xiong by their side, they ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian consoled himself, but he still couldn't help but think of the two girls in his heart. Finally, 5 days later, Duan Lingtian's home welcomed a guest from afar, a beautiful woman that was travel-worn. It was precisely the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiong. Presently, Qin Xiong's beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to contain a slight trace of scarlet red mixed within. Peak master, you know everything. When Duan Lingtian saw Qin Xiong's current expression, he knew that Qin Xiong surely knew what had occurred in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Qin Xiong nodded, and the killing intent in her eyes was awe-inspiring. I never imagined that I'd only left for a little over a year, and so many things had happened in the sect. Azure Forest Trisect. What an Azure Forest Trisect. The Seven-Star Sword sect could be said to be Qin Xiong's home. Besides the contribution of that big sister of hers, Qin Xiong was able to have her current achievements was mostly because of her master's wholehearted fostering. Her master was an inner court elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect. He was one of the few existences at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Even though her current cultivation had already surpassed her master's, she was still very weak. But in her heart, a master for a day was a father for life. Now, her master had been killed. The sect that fostered her into a genius had been annihilated. Peak master, don't worry. What the Azure Forest Trisect owes us, what it owes the Seven-Star Sword sect. It'll be returned sooner or later. A strand of frightening killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he said word by word, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Well said. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Qin Xiong nodded, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. Peak master, where's Ke and little Fei? Why didn't they return with you? Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiong and asked. The cold lights in Qin Xiong's eyes weakened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she squeezed out a trace of a smile. Don't worry, they're in an extremely safe place. No one can harm them. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiong in bewilderment, and his brows frowned slightly. Peak master Qin Xiong, they didn't return with you? No. Qin Xiong shook her head. Qin Xiong shook her head. They're still in the foreign realm. I returned half a month ago. As soon as I returned, I noticed the sect had completely changed, and only after investigating in secret did I find out that the sect had been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect that was formed from the Origin Convergence sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the Snow Moon sect. Chapter 479. It's really as I expected, you've returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and muttered. Fortunately, you're fine, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Ke. When she mentioned Ke, the enraged expression of hatred on Qin Xiong's face completely vanished, and replacing it was doting. Peak master Qin Xiong. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiong and frowned. Why would Ke and little Fei be in the foreign lands? Could it be that you don't know that I brought them to celebrate the birthday of my big sister that's in a faraway place? Qin Xiong asked. I know this, Peak master Zheng Fan told me. But, what does this have to do with the foreign lands? Duan Lingtian said. Qin Xiong shook her head. Looks like you still don't know. That big sister of mine is from the foreign lands, and she's even an elder of a great power in the foreign lands. This time, I brought along Ke and Li Fei to celebrate my big sister's birthday, and my big sister took a fancy to Ke and Li Fei's natural talent, so she temporarily left them behind. Duan Lingtian's body lightly shook. Foreign lands? Peak master Qin Xiong's big sister is actually from the foreign lands. Moreover, she's an elder of some great power. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and powers stood like trees in a forest. Existences that were able to be called great powers were all outstanding and formidable powers in the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian never imagined that his two fiancés had actually gone to the foreign lands with Peak Master Qin Xiong, and they'd even stayed behind in that great power in the foreign lands now. Of course, he knew that it was the good fortune of the two little girls. The great powers in the foreign lands possessed countless cultivation resources, and there was no lack of various spirit fruits amongst them. The two little girls were able to obtain the favor of a great figure in that great power, and it was undoubtedly their good fortune. Presumably, their cultivations would surely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Although he was slightly reluctant, Duan Lingtian still felt happy for them. Who would have imagined that when I returned this time, the 7-star sword sect has actually changed? As she finished speaking, Qin Xiong's mood became slightly agitated, and killing intent rose in her eyes, choosing to devour people. A flowing light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked, "Peak Master Qin Xiong, now that the 7-star sword sect no longer exists, do you have any plans?" Qin Xiong's eyes flickered with a fierce light. "I'll enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect." "You aren't returning to the Outer Realm?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Qin Xiong's words. "Return to the Outer Realm?" Qin Xiong laughed self-deprecatingly. "Regardless of whether it was when I left with Ke and Li Fei back then, or when I returned this time. That elder sister of mine sent people to escort me all the way. The person that escorted me back had already left when I entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire. The Outer Realm is exceedingly dangerous. With my little bit of strength, going to the Outer Realm by myself is extremely dangerous." When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I know you miss Ke and the others extremely. Don't worry, with the care of that elder sister of mine, they'll surely be able to obtain an even better improvement. Perhaps, when you see them next, their strengths would have already far surpassed you. Perhaps. The irreconcilable enmity of annihilation can only be relied on you and Ke." As she finished speaking, Qin Xiong couldn't help but sigh. Even though she'd vowed solemnly earlier that she would enter into closed-door cultivation and take revenge on the Azure Forest Trisect after breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. But she knew clearly in her heart that with her current cultivation, not to mention the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, even if it was the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, she was still quite a distance away. Moreover, with her natural talent, it was practically impossible for her to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time. So she'd placed her hopes even more onto Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei. "Don't worry, Peak Master Qin Xiong, I, Duan Lingtian, swore long ago. I'll surely take revenge for the vengeful spirits of my 7-star sword sect that died." Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he spoke seriously. Qin Xiong nodded. She believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to accomplish it. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out from the horizon. Even though this voice was aged, it was extremely powerful and contained formidable origin energy, and it practically spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and caused an extremely great stir. At this moment, the people in the outer and inner city of the imperial city had raised their heads to look up at the sky. However, the gazes of most people were obstructed by the clouds and mist, and they were unable to see anything. "I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right?" Someone called out to Duan Lingtian. "You didn't hear wrongly. Oh my god. That voice from before was simply like a thunderclap. Right now, everyone in the imperial city might have heard that voice. A person that's capable of emitting such a voice and coming from the horizon is obviously a void stage expert. The owner of that voice came in a menacing manner and seemed to not be very friendly. It ought to be Duan Lingtian who defended someone. No matter if it was the outer city or inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it was filled with similar discussions. Imperial Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures soared into the sky one after the other. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, and he was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Behind the emperor was an old man in grey clothes, and he was like a shadow that followed behind the emperor. This was the imperial family's new void prying stage expert. He was also an expert created by the void advancement pill Duan Lingtian gave the emperor, and he was the emperor's trusted aide. Where did Commander Duan offend such a formidable existence? The emperor's brows knit tightly. That aged voice from before was thick and powerful, and the origin energy mixed within it caused him to feel shocked and terrified. He had an intuition. Even if he joined forces with the grey-clothed old man behind him, they might not be a match for the opponent. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Another two figures soared into the sky, and one of them was precisely the Divine Might Marquis, Nai Yuan. The other person was an old man in black clothes, and he silently followed by Nai Yuan's side as if he was Nai Yuan's shadow, following him like a shadow. Little Tian, that kid. Where did he get such an expert? Nai Yuan's face was covered in a bitter smile. Duan Clan Estate. The Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhan, the one and only void prying stage expert of the Duan clan, soared into the sky as well, and his face contained slight terror mixed within. Could it be an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly what infuriating thing did that little fellow do to cause this expert to be so furious? Although the rage within the thunderous voice from before wasn't too obvious, it was still noticed by Duan Zhan, who'd already broken through to the void prying stage. Paladin Academy. Whoosh. The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and silk headband stood in midair and looked at the distant horizon as he muttered, "That powerhouse seems to be extremely hostile towards that little fellow, Duan Ling Tian. Such an existence, not to mention me, is even stronger than him. Even if all the void prying stage experts of the Crimson Sky Kingdom joined forces, they might not be a match for him." At the same time that he muttered to himself, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian's courtyard house front courtyard. This voice, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Although he wasn't familiar with the owner of the voice, he had a deep impression of it and remembered it clearly. Elder Ming. Qin Xiong's beautiful eyes squinted as she discerned who the owner of the voice was, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. Elder Ming is still alive. Elder Ming is actually still alive. Looks like the heavens really haven't forsaken my 7-star sword sect. At the same time that Qin Xiong muttered to herself, her figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Peak Master Qin Xiong. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he wanted to shout out to stop Qin Xiong, yet it was too late, as Qin Xiong had already concealed herself in the clouds. Damn it! Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights. No one knew better than him that even if Elder Ming was still alive, it was impossible for him to have escaped. After all, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect were numerous like the clouds at that time, and they completely crushed the 7-star sword sect. Although Elder Ming's strength was strong, he didn't have Elder Peng's speed after all, and it was practically impossible for him to escape. In this way, there was only one possibility. Elder Ming had betrayed the 7-star sword sect. Little Gold, enlarge and bring me up. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly called out to the little gold mouse. After the little gold mouse enlarged, he leaped onto the little gold mouse's back and asked the little gold mouse to bring him up into the sky. Right at the instant the little gold mouse brought Duan Lingtian up into the sky. Void prying stage martial artists of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, listen up. If I don't see Duan Lingtian again after half an hour, then I'll kill all of you one by one. The aged and sonorous voice sounded out once more, and it didn't lack a threatening intent. Threatening all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. This time, when the voice was transmitted out, besides being mixed with thick origin energy, it also carried strands of extremely strange aura. Wind concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This voice was accompanied by vast origin energy and formidable wind concept, and it instantly spread to every corner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City without missing a single corner. At this moment, so long as one wasn't deaf, practically everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City heard these words. Looks like Duan Lingtian has really offended a formidable existence. What high-sounding sentiment. If we don't hand over Duan Lingtian, then he'll kill all the void stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. That person is probably an existence that Duan Lingtian offended in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and now has come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to take revenge. The entire Imperial City was in a complete uproar. Waves of clamorous discussions filled the streets and alleys, and practically all of them were discussing Duan Lingtian. Various versions of the rumors covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian slept with the daughter of an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then didn't take responsibility and snuck away. So that expert chased all the way to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to get even with Duan Lingtian. No, no. What I heard was that the expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom took a fancy to Duan Lingtian's natural talent and wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, but was refused by Duan Lingtian. Out of consideration for his reputation in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't flare up. So he came to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to vent. Chapter 480. In a spacious courtyard within the Xiao clan estate. The siblings, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan, rushed out of their respective rooms and met him head-on. Brother, I'm going to find Duan Lingtian. Xiao Lan's heart burned with anxiety, her beautiful face was pale, and tears were on the verge of dripping. She clearly heard the voice that came from the horizon earlier and realized that Duan Lingtian might have encountered danger. Let's go together. Xiao Yu didn't stop them and brought Xiao Lan out of the courtyard, preparing to leave the Xiao clan estate to find Duan Lingtian. His sister was anxious, and so was he. Duan Lingtian was also his friend. Especially after Duan Lingtian returned this time, he even obtained the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and his future was bright. He knew that behind all this, Duan Lingtian contributed greatly. So, he was very grateful to Duan Lingtian. Wait for me. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan had just left the courtyard when they heard an urgent voice coming from behind them. It was Xiao Zun who'd heard the news. However, the three of them were stopped before they'd even walked out of the Xiao clan estate. The person who stopped them was precisely the Xiao clan's patriarch. I know you're worried about Duan Lingtian. But if you go this time, not only will you not be able to help, you might even be caught in the crossfire. So, as Xiao clan disciples, you can't leave the Xiao clan now. The Xiao clan's patriarch had a serious expression as he spoke solemnly. Patriarch, Duan Lingtian is our friend. Xiao Yu's words were very simple, and his tone contained incomparable firmness. Exactly. Xiao Zun said. It's precisely because he's your friend. At this time, you won't be able to help even if you go, and will only be a burden. The Xiao clan's patriarch continued. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zun went silent for a moment when they heard this. Only Xiao Lan walked out with graceful steps, bypassing the Xiao clan's patriarch, and headed out of the Xiao clan estate. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Xiao Lan, I know you have feelings for Duan Lingtian. But if you insist on stepping out of my Xiao clan estate today, then you will no longer be a member of my Xiao clan. The Xiao clan leader said in a deep voice. The origin of the expert that came to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian was unknown, but since he dared to say that he would annihilate all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it indicated that his strength wasn't weak. Such an existence was something that ordinary people could not avoid. How would they dare to join in the fun? If Xiao Lan went to look for Duan Lingtian while bearing the identity of a Xiao clan disciple and accidentally offended that expert, then wouldn't their Xiao clan possibly be implicated? The Xiao clan couldn't afford to gamble. As the Xiao clan's patriarch, he had no choice but to consider for the Xiao clan. Then I, Xiao Lan, am no longer a member of the Xiao clan from today onward. Hearing the words of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Lan didn't even turn her head as her clear and cold voice sounded out. This made the Xiao clan's patriarch smile bitterly. Lan. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and walked out with large strides, wanting to chase after Xiao Lan. Xiao Yu, you want to be like your sister and leave our Xiao clan? The Xiao clan's patriarch's face went ghastly pale when he saw Xiao Yu's actions. It wasn't a big deal for Xiao Lan to leave the Xiao clan. But Xiao Yu was the Xiao clan's hope. His natural talent was extraordinary, and now that he'd even obtained the favor of His Majesty, the Emperor, his meteoric rise in the future was nothing difficult. He'd even planned to betroth his daughter to Xiao Yu and foster Xiao Yu to become the next patriarch of the Xiao clan. But now, Xiao Yu wanted to take a risk. Patriarch, thank you for taking care of me all this time. But I can't disregard the safety of my sister and my friend. If I don't walk out of the Xiao clan estate's door today, then I'd be a brother and a friend in vain. Xiao Yu had a firm expression as he walked out with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Xiao Yu, wait. Xiao Zun was influenced by Xiao Yu and wanted to follow him. But before he'd even taken a step or finished speaking, he saw the Xiao clan's patriarch make a move and directly knocked Xiao Yu unconscious. Patriarch, how can you do this? Xiao Zun's face went ghastly pale as he asked in a deep voice. Me. The Xiao clan's patriarch swept Xiao Zun with his gaze and said indifferently, Xiao Zun, could it be that you want to learn from Xiao Yu? Don't blame me for not warning you, but if you dare leave this door, then you'll have to lie down like Xiao Yu. I really don't know what you juniors are thinking. You clearly know that there are tigers on the mountain, yet you still insist on going up the mountain. As he finished speaking, he had a face full of resentment. Xiao Zun laughed bitterly. He knew that this patriarch would do as he said, and he could only hope in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Xiaolan would be fine. Don't worry. So long as Xiaolan doesn't get into trouble, then everything I said earlier is invalid and doesn't count. She's still a disciple of my Xiao clan. The final words of the Xiao clan's patriarch caused Xiao Zun's expression to ease up slightly. At the same time, Imperial Palace. Whoosh. A beautiful figure dashed out of a luxurious palace, and everywhere she passed, a fragrant wind swept out. Princess. Princess, wait for me. Behind her, a palace maid panted as she chased. Nothing must happen to you. Nothing must happen to you. The person dashing ahead was none other than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family's Princess Bai Yao. At this moment, Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face went pale, and her clear eyes that were like water were filled with anxiousness. She wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly towards that man's courtyard house. Whereas now, in the sky above the center of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, 3 figures were like 3 gods as they stepped on the clouds. Suddenly, whoosh, a graceful and luxurious figure soared up into the sky at the first possible moment, towering above the clouds and mist as he looked at an azure-clothed old man in the distance. Elder Ming. This was a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman's voice contained slight seriousness mixed within. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Duan Lingtian? The beautiful woman was precisely Qin Xiong, the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and an existence that had stepped into the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the past, in terms of strength, she was only inferior to the sect leader, Linghu Jin Hong, the sect guarding revered Elder Peng, and the 2 great guardian elders in the 7-star sword sect. Earlier, when she heard Elder Ming call out Duan Lingtian's name, she thought that Elder Ming wanted to find Duan Lingtian and protect him, so that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be found by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. After all, Duan Lingtian was the hope of the 7-star sword sect. Taking revenge for the 7-star sword sect and even reviving the 7-star sword sect couldn't do without Duan Lingtian. But she'd only just soared into the sky when she heard what Elder Ming said at the end. At that instant, the pleasant surprise on her face had completely vanished. Elder Ming actually didn't come to protect Duan Lingtian, but had instead come to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. She was unable to wrap her head around it no matter how she thought about it, and she only thought that there was some sort of misunderstanding. Little girl Xiong. The azure-clothed old man, one of the 2 great guardians of the 7-star sword sect, Elder Ming, Zhao Ming, was slightly surprised when he saw Qin Xiong appear. Elder Ming, this is the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiong? As expected, she's young and promising. Elder Ming, you must strive to obtain such a talent for our Azure Forest Trisect. The red-clothed old man that stood by the azure-clothed old man's side spoke with a sonorous voice, and the red clothes on his body fluttered with the wind like blazing flames. Yeah, Elder Ming. This little girl's natural talent isn't bad, and she might be able to become the first existence in our Azure Forest Trisect to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in the future. At that time, our Azure Forest Trisect will be able to stand on equal footing with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. The last old man wore green clothes, and his figure was emaciated to the point of being skin and bones. His tone was extremely ghastly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong noticed the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man, and her face went grim. All of you are members of the Azure Forest Trisect. Subsequently, she looked at Zhao Ming and said with a low voice, Zhao Ming, you You actually betrayed the sect and pledged allegiance to the Azure Forest Trisect. Betrayed? Zhao Ming couldn't help but sneer when he heard Qin Xiong. Little girl Xiong, your words are slightly biased. Betrayed? I, Zhao Ming, have practically given up my entire life for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. But in the end, how did the Seven-Star Sword Sect repay me? My son, Zhao Lin, was killed by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. My grandson, Zhao Ku, was crippled by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, causing him to die without descendant. Since the Seven-Star Sword Sect betrayed me first, then why should I continue to work myself to the bone for the Seven-Star Sword Sect? As he finished speaking, Zhao Ming's tone was ghastly, and it contained boundless rage mixed within. Zhao Ming's words caused Qin Xiong to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight hesitation after a short moment, Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? You saw with your own 2 eyes that it was members of our Seven-Star Sword Sect that killed Zhao Lin and crippled Zhao Ku? How could this be fake? Zhao Ming sneered in disdain, and his face was covered in a layer of ice. Elder Ming, even if this is true, it's still a personal mistake. How can you blame it on the sect? Qin Xiong spoke angrily. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ming laughed loudly as he glanced coldly at Qin Xiong and said with a cold voice, Little girl Qin, let me ask you. If it was you, and you saw the sect was facing a great calamity, yet you still had to risk your life to rescue the person that crippled your grandson, what would you think? If it was you, and that person was about to be rescued, yet your son went to obstruct him, and was killed by the higher-ups of the sect in the end, what would you think? Zhao Ming's words were filled with certainty, and it caused Qin Xiong to be speechless. After a short moment, Qin Xiong recovered from her shock, and her beautiful brows frowned. Elder Ming, the person you spoke of, is Duan Lingtian? Exactly, it's that little bastard, Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Ming mentioned Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with icy cold flames, and it seemed as if it could incinerate everything. Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Qin Xiong looked at Zhao Ming. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian is absolutely not a person that causes trouble without reason. What you mean is, from the beginning until the end, this matter was brought about by my grandson? Zhao Ming's face sank, and his flames of rage burned to the limit. Right when Qin Xiong didn't know how to answer Zhao Ming. Perhaps it wasn't your grandson that brought about this upon himself. But it was absolutely your son that brought about this upon himself. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 481. The person that arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian that the little gold mouse carried into the sky. Little bastard, you've finally made an appearance. Early on when Duan Lingtian's words sounded out, Zhao Ming's expression had gone completely pale. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian appear, his face revealed an extremely evil and cold expression, and his eyes flickered with ghastly cold lights. Within the cold lights, killing intent was completely revealed. Idiot! Duan Lingtian stood up on the back of the little gold mouse and looked down at Zhao Ming as he indifferently spat out 2 words. Idiot! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qin Xiong who stood at the side was stunned. Even Zhao Ming and the other 2 people by his side were stunned. Besides Zhao Ming, Qin Xiong's group of 3 felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian, a little fellow that hasn't even stepped into the void prying stage, actually dares to provoke Zhao Ming like this? Little bastard, you're courting death. The origin energy on Zhao Ming's body was protected as terrifying wind concept coiled around his body and emitted waves of terrifying aura. In the sky above him, 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down with an oppressive aura. 6th level of the void initiation stage. 5th level wind concept. Presently, Zhao Ming stood there with strands of light azure-colored energy flickering around the origin energy on his entire body, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind. Elder Ming. Qin Xiong's face went grim when she saw Zhao Ming intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The other 2 people, one is a guardian elder of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the other is a guardian elder of the former Origin Convergence sect. I'm not remembering wrongly, right? Right when Zhao Ming's imposing manner shot into the sky and was about to make a move. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, instead had a calm expression, and he looked at the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that stood by Zhao Ming's side in a neither fast nor slow manner as he spoke slowly. Me. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that we weren't able to kill you on the peak of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Dub Peak that day. But, you'll surely die today. The red-clothed old man said in a deep voice. The green-clothed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His gaze was indifferent, as if he was looking at a corpse. Or perhaps, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a corpse. I originally wanted to share something good with the two elders. But since the two elders aren't interested, I won't say anything. Ian, just let Zhao Lin kill me. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth unhurriedly again with an expression of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Zhao Ming's face sank. He disdained Duan Lingtian and raised his hand. His origin energy surged. Whoosh. The concept of wind coiled around him, causing the air to turn sluggish, as if it had been sucked dry. Zhao Ming was about to make a move. A spirit sword that was like rippling autumn water had appeared in Qin Xiong's hand, and her pair of autumn eyes flickered with a heavy sheen. Facing Zhao Ming, she had no confidence at all. Die! Zhao Ming abruptly shouted out explosively as the origin energy in his hand roared and carried fifth-level wind concept. The condensed origin energy seemed to have transformed into a wind dragon that opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't dodge. Qin Xiong's face went grim as origin energy coiled around the spirit sword in her hand, and pitilessly sharp sword concept condensed within it as she prepared to make a move. Peak Master Qin Xiong, you don't have to make a move. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Qin Xiong's ears, causing her to be unable to help but be stunned, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently to Qin Xiong. Earlier, it was precisely he who'd sent a voice transmission to Peak Master Qin Xiong. Even though Qin Xiong didn't know where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, she still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Right when she was annihilating the origin energy on her spirit sword, the scene before her caused her to be dumbstruck. Bang! Bang! Two enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time, and they tore through the sky with vast impetus. It was the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that had made a move at the same time. Two strands of thick and material origin energy swept out accompanied by concept energy to easily stop the attack Zhao Ming executed towards Duan Lingtian. Tang Hua, Zhong Lin, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Ming's face went grim as he glared angrily at the two old men by his side. If it was Qin Xiong that made a move, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't take Qin Xiong seriously. After all, Qin Xiong was only a fifth-level void initiation stage martial artist, and she was far inferior to him. But any one of the two old men by his side had strengths that weren't inferior to him. Most importantly, these two old men actually obstructed him from killing Duan Lingtian. He even slightly doubted which side these two old fellows stood on now. Zhao Ming, don't be angry. We're just curious about what good things this Duan Lingtian has to share with us. The red-clothed old man, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Tang Hua, smiled. Exactly. Zhong Lin, the green-clothed old man, and the guardian elder of the Origin Convergence sect nodded as well. Could it be that all of you haven't discerned that he's deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Zhao Ming's face sank. Elder Ming, could it be that you're afraid this kid will play some tricks before you? Tang Hua smiled lightly, and after he appeased Zhao Ming, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, you can speak now. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he glanced deeply at Tang Hua. Elder Hua is a smart person as expected. Since it's like this, I'll tell all of you. I know a place that has 10,000-year stalactite milk. 10,000-year stalactite milk. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the three old men instantly went grim. Even Qin Xiong also had a dumbstruck look. As figures that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were naturally clearly aware of what 10,000-year stalactite milk was. The milk of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was capable of helping a martial artist improve natural talent to the limit. Most importantly, The 10,000-year stalactite milk didn't have any restrictions, and anyone could consume it. Even if they consumed it, it was similarly effective. They could imagine that if they were able to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk and improve their natural talent in the martial Tao to the limit, then breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage was utterly not a difficult thing. Perhaps, when it really came to that time, their goals would change. They wouldn't be attached to the 7th level of the void initiation stage any longer. Perhaps they would consider charging into the void interpretation stage. For a time, the sky was deathly silent. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the 3 old men before him. He knew that these 3 old fellows were moved. Actually, the situation before him could be said to have been constructed by him after careful consideration. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, then even if he was lucky enough to escape the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, the people related to him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom like the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan would surely be unable to escape calamity. This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. So he thought of this method. Duan Lingtian, do you really know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is? Qin Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked via voice transmission, and her tone contained slight urgency mixed within. Even she couldn't help but be moved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Peak Master Qin Xiong, I indeed know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is. It's even to the extent that I myself have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk, and my natural talent has been improved to the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent. It isn't just me, even Ku-er and Little Fei have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk just like me, and their natural talent isn't inferior to mine. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal anything and spoke word by word. To Duan Lingtian, the 10,000-year stalactite milk of the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak was already of no use to him. After all, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had accumulated there for many years had practically been completely plundered by him. In a short few years, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had barely dripped down wasn't of much use to him. So long as I'm able to walk out of the foreign lands, I'll be able to once again head to the place where the 10,000-year stalactite milk was located that Samsara Emperor Wu encountered all those years ago. Presently, over 10,000 years have already passed since Samsara Emperor Wu completely plundered the 10,000-year stalactite milk at that place that day. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Once I find that place, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Ke has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well? Qin Xiong was dazed. Only now did she realize that there was a reason why the personal disciple she doted on possessed such monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao. Peak Master Qin Xiong. When he saw Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Qin Xiong's ears. In a moment, I'll use the 10,000-year stalactite milk as a threat to trick them into leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring along my family, the Divine Might Marquis estate, and the Duan clan members to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and find a safe place to hide. So long as it's someone related to me, don't leave a single one behind and take all of them away. Besides that, I noticed the passageway that led to the 10,000-year stalactite cave behind the cliff at the side of the peak of Megrez Peak. At the entrance of the cave passageway was a crooked tree that was extremely conspicuous. That place is a good place to cultivate. You can bring Mo Yu to cultivate there. Mo Yu is the personal disciple of the sect leader and the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. I'll leave him to you. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word to Qin Xiong. Duan Lingtian, you can't. This is too risky. Qin Xiong discerned that Duan Lingtian's words had the intention of leaving behind his will, and she hurriedly shook her head and refused, unwilling to agree. Peak Master Qin Xiong, we don't have a choice. Don't worry, I might not be in danger. So long as I find an opportunity, I'll completely escape the control of these 3 old fellows and escape from the jaws of death. Duan Lingtian continued speaking via voice transmission. Qin Xiong went silent. She knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true and didn't have the intention of exaggerating. At this time, they indeed didn't have a choice. A single Zhao Ming wasn't an existence she was able to go against. Yet now, there were two experts with strengths that weren't inferior to Zhao Ming by Zhao Ming's side, and it caused her to feel a wave of powerlessness. Duan Lingtian. You must survive well. Ke is still waiting for you. Li Fei is still waiting for you. Chapter 482. When did I become so noble? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Qin Xiong agree, and at the same time, a wisp of self-ridicule couldn't help but appear on his face. Truthfully speaking, if he wanted to flee under the eyes of 3 6th level void initiation stage experts, it would be impossible. He didn't even have 10% confidence. But he knew that he had to do this. Today, since Zhao Ming's group of 3 had found this place, then he only had 2 choices before him. One of the choices was to die here. Moreover, his loved ones and people related to him might face Zhao Ming's rage. At that time, not only would he die, there might be many people that would be buried with him. The other choice was to draw Zhao Ming's group of 3 away and win a chance to survive. After all, he didn't really plan to bring Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the 10,000-year stalactite cave. These 3 people were all members of the Azure Forest Trisect that had participated in the annihilation of the 7 Starsword sect, and they could be said to be irreconcilable enemies of his. It was naturally impossible for him to be kind enough to contribute the 10,000-year stalactite cave to them. So, he only wanted to strive for a chance to escape Zhao Ming's group of 3. Moreover, so long as he drew Zhao Ming's group of 3 away, then, as long as his family, his friends, and all the people related to him left with Qin Xiong, they wouldn't be in any danger. This was where his objective lay. Not to mention his group of friends, just his parents were already worthy of him doing this. Mother, you have to live happily with father. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He'd already prepared himself for the worst. Presently, within the enormous courtyard house in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city's inner city. In the front courtyard, a group of people stood together with Duan Rufeng and Li Ru in the lead, and they looked up at the sky. Aunt Ru, he'll be fine, right? Xiao Lan stood by Li Ru's side with a worried expression. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. Princess Bai Yarrow stood on the other side of Li Ru and held tightly onto Li Ru's hand, and her palm was already completely drenched in sweat. That brat really has good luck with women. Standing at the side, Duan Rufeng glanced at Xiao Lan and Princess Biao and couldn't help but sigh. He could tell. No matter if it was Xiao Lan or Princess Bai Yarrow, their concern for their son, Duan Lingtian, came from the bottom of their hearts, without any pretense or pretense. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mo Yu looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. His face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to help Duan Lingtian. Young master, the housekeeper, Jing Yu, bit her lower lip with a worried expression on her face. High up in the sky, behind the clouds, the 3 guardian elders from the Azure Forest Trisect, Zhao Ming, Tang Hue, and Zhong Lin recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian, is what you just said true? You've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk and know the location of it? Tang Hue looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Zhong Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything descended onto Duan Lingtian's face as if he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was lying. Duan Lingtian, can you prove that you've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk? If you can't, then you're deliberately mystifying things. I think that if you can't prove it, then Tang Hue and Zhong Lin won't obstruct me from killing you. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he spoke word by word. Obviously, even Zhao Ming was moved by the temptation of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At this moment, he seemed to have tossed the enmity of his son and grandson to the back of his mind, and all he thought about in his heart was the improvement of his natural talent in the martial Dao after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, as far as he was concerned. So long as he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent in the martial Dao would improve. Once his natural talent in the martial Dao improved, the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the void initiation stage that had trapped him for many years would be charged through by him in one go. At that time, he would officially step into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and compete for supremacy with the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Now, just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement in his heart. Exactly. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin nodded when they heard Zhao Ming, and they expressed their attitudes. If you, Duan Lingtian, are unable to prove that you've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then we won't stop Zhao Ming from killing you. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the request of Zhao Ming's group of 3. When he saw the burning gazes of the 3 of them looking over, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Subsequently, he pulled out the stopper of the medicinal pill bottle and turned it around. Drip. A drop of milky white liquid dripped onto the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it flickered with a milky white sheen. A strange aura suffused out from it. It's really the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although Zhao Ming's group of 3 hadn't seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, just the aura that suffused out from this drop of milky white liquid was sufficient to cause the origin energy in their bodies to lightly pulsate, and it caused them to deeply realize that this drop of milky white liquid wasn't simple. Now, they didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words any longer. Right when the eyes of Zhao Ming's group of 3 shone as they looked at the 10,000-year stalactite milk in Duan Lingtian's hand, Duan Lingtian made a move. He suddenly raised his hand. Swish. The 10,000-year stalactite milk in his hand flashed out to flash directly towards Qin Xiong, who stood nearby. Whereas Qin Xiong had been warned by Duan Lingtian via voice transmission earlier, and when she saw Duan Lingtian make a move, she lightly opened her red lips and just happened to catch this drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Instantly, a white light flashed on Qin Xiong's body. As expected of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so miraculous, Qin Xiong felt the medicinal strength of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and she could clearly feel the circulation of the origin energy in her body become even faster. Kid. You. When they saw Duan Lingtian actually gave the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Qin Xiong, the faces of Zhao Ming's group of 3 went grim, and they glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Why are the 3 of you getting angry? So long as all of you know the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, wouldn't all of you be able to obtain as much milk as you want? I'm truly sorry. I left in a hurry the last time, and only a drop of the 10,000-year stalactite milk I brought along remained. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh, then glanced at the little gold mouse beneath his feet. The rest was eaten by it. The eyes of Zhao Ming's group of 3 flickered with fierce lights, and after they glanced at each other, they seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. Little bastard, bring us to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk. We can leave your corpse intact. Zhao Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly. Corpse intact. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, if this is your sincerity, then I think there's no need for us to continue talking. All of you can kill me now. Duan Lingtian had an appearance of kill if you want and slice if you want. You. Duan Lingtian's actions caused Zhao Ming's face to go grim, and he said with a dark face, little bastard, don't push your luck. Push my luck. Duan Lingtian declined to comment. Elder Ming, what you said isn't right. After all, so long as the 3 of you obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then even if all of you aren't young anymore, by relying on the natural talent improved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, even if all of you aren't young anymore, then even if all of you aren't able to break through to the void transformation stage in your lifetimes, I think it isn't a problem for all of you to break through to the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian, what do you want? Speak frankly. Tang Hua spoke directly. Zhong Lin nodded. Exactly, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. My request is extremely simple. All 3 of you swear that after I bring all of you to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, all of you won't kill me or touch me in the slightest. Otherwise, all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian practically spoke word by word. 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhao Ming's face went grim. Even though Tang Hua and Zhong Lin's expressions didn't change, they used their gazes to communicate with each other before agreeing. We can agree. Tang Hua, Zhong Lin, both of you, Zhao Ming's face went grim as he never imagined that Tang Hue and Zhong Lin didn't ask for his opinion before agreeing to such an unreasonable request of Du and Lingtian of their own accord. After all, his son and grandson had died because of Du and Lingtian. He and Du and Lingtian were absolutely irreconcilable. Want him to look on helplessly as Du and Lingtian fled from under his nose? He was unable to do it. Zhao Ming. At practically the exact same time, Zhao Ming received 2 voice transmissions. We've only sworn an oath that we won't kill him. Once he really brings us to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll at most imprison him and bring him back, and we'll let others kill him. In this way, we won't go against our oath, and you'll be able to take revenge for your son and grandson, right? These 2 voice transmissions were precisely transmitted into Zhao Ming's ears by Tang Hue and Zhong Lin. Zhao Ming came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. How about it? Elder Ming, you're unwilling to agree? Du and Lingtian looked at Zhao Ming as he asked indifferently. I can agree to it. Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Elder Ming, you're actually so straightforward. Du and Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Since it's like this, then I'll ask the 3 of you to swear an oath. Zhao Ming's group of 3 glanced at each other when they heard this, then pinched open their fingers at the same time. 3 drops of blood rose into the sky, right when Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. The expressions of the 3 instantly went grim. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The 3 of you, fuck off. A low and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions, and it entered into the sky before descending into the ears of Du and Lingtian, Qin Xiong, and Zhao Ming. Who? Du and Lingtian and Qin Xiong were stunned. Right at this moment, they saw a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetime. Zhao Ming's group of 3 floated in the sky in the distance, yet their expressions instantly went grim, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they'd suffered an extremely great pressure. Chapter 483. Zhao Ming's face flushed red, and it was as if he was enveloped by a formidable pressure, causing him to be in a dilemma. At this moment, he was still gritting his teeth and bitterly enduring. His body trembled, and he was obviously unable to persist for long. Of course, Zhao Ming didn't sit there and wait for death. Whoosh! The origin energy on his body occasionally raged, and it was like the milky white-colored flames that were ceaselessly burning, but every single time this white-colored flames rose explosively, it would be dispersed by a shapeless force. That shapeless force seemed to have transformed into a terrifying strong wind that followed him like a shadow, and even if only a trace of origin energy suffused his body, it would be directly shattered. Above Zhao Ming's head, the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had yet to fully condense into form were directly shattered and killed in the cradle. 8. Zhao Ming roared with a low voice, and he had an unwilling expression as his eyes stared wide open, and the origin energy on his body rose once more. This time, there was an additional strand of azure-colored energy within the origin energy that rose explosively like flames, and it was precisely the 5th-level wind concept that Zhao Ming had comprehended. At the same time, a total of 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes intended to condense into form in the sky above Zhao Ming. Bang! But unfortunately, even if Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, he was still like an ant before that strong shapeless force, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. Who's there? Come out if you have the ability to hide. Zhao Ming's face flushed red to the extreme as a grade 6 spirit sword appeared in his hand. But even if he relied on the grade 6 spirit sword, he was unable to withstand the strong pressure that enveloped him. It wasn't just that, the strong pressure was ceaselessly strengthening, and it was like a lofty and enormous mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to have no place to be afraid, and he only felt he was on the verge of suffocating. Whereas now, Tang Hue and Zhong Lin were in the same situation as Zhao Ming. Their cultivations were similar to Zhao Ming, yet they were suppressed by the strong pressure to the point of being unable to catch their breaths, causing their faces to flush red and their eyes to be filled with blood. They could imagine that if this were to continue, the 3 of them would sooner or later be blasted into pieces by the strong pressure. Senior, spare me. Finally, Tang Hue was the first to be unable to endure it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he begged for mercy. Me. A low and hoarse cold snort was transmitted over. Instantly, Tang Hua felt the pressure that enveloped him vanish without a trace, and this feeling of obtaining new life caused him to be extremely delighted. If it wasn't for Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin still struggling bitterly there, he would have felt that everything that had happened earlier was only a daydream. Subsequently, Tang Hua noticed that the nearby Duan Lingtian who stood on the back of the enormous gold mouse and Qin Xiong who stood in midair at the side didn't seem to be enveloped by the pressure of the expert. At the same time, he noticed the astonishment that appeared on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong. Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong also don't know that expert. In the beginning, Tang Hua thought that powerhouse was helping Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong. But now, Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong obviously didn't know of the existence of that expert. In other words, Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong might not know that expert. Even so, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. "Senior, spare me, spare me." Finally, Zhong Lin couldn't endure it any longer, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before hurriedly begging for mercy. "Fortunately, I begged for mercy since the beginning. Otherwise, my end would surely be the same as Zhong Lin." As he looked at Zhong Lin who was pressed down to the point of being heavily injured, at the same time that Tang Hua felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. It's I who had foresight. Along with Zhong Lin begging for mercy, the pressure that enveloped him vanished without a trace. "Thank you, senior." At this instant, Zhong Lin felt as if he'd arrived at heaven from hell, and he thanked the sky respectfully and reverently. He glanced at Zhao Ming who was still struggling, and he shook his head as he felt Zhao Ming was doing something useless. The pressure of that expert is still ceaselessly strengthening. In at most over 10 breaths of time, Zhao Ming will die for sure if he still doesn't beg for mercy. This was something that Zhong Lin could be sure of. After consuming a 6th-grade Great Recovery pill, Zhong Lin felt his injuries had recovered slightly. He looked at Tang Hua and just happened to notice Tang Hua looking at him as well, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. "Tang Hua, what cultivation do you think that expert actually possesses? He hasn't made an appearance, yet the pressure condensed from his imposing aura is sufficient to crush us." Tang Hua had a heavy expression as he replied via voice transmission. "According to my personal guess, that expert is at least an existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. It's even to the extent that it's extremely likely that he's an expert that has stepped into the void transformation stage." Void transformation stage. Zhong Lin's body trembled as he shuddered. A tiny kingdom actually possesses an existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Could it be that the world has changed? Could it be that this is the legendary reclusive expert? It should be. Tang Hua nodded with an expression of fear and perturbed. If he had a choice, he would rather have never come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. "Senior, spare me. Spare me." Suddenly, after a few breaths of time, Zhao Ming finally couldn't refrain from begging for mercy. The blood he spat out was like a small waterfall that flowed down, and it was rather magnificent. A low and hoarse cold snort sounded out once more. That terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, and it was as if it had never appeared. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin glanced at Zhao Ming whose countenance was ghastly pale like a sheet, and a wisp of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. This was the consequence of being a tough nut to crack. Speaking crudely, it was that he'd gone too far in showing off. "I never imagined that there's actually such an expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." When Zhao Ming was begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from his shock, and his face was covered in astonishment. The person hadn't made an appearance, but merely his imposing aura had suppressed the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point of being unable to catch their breath, and it caused them to beg humbly for mercy, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If that expert isn't far away, then he's at least an existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. If he's far away, then he's surely an existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked in his heart. There's such a terrifying expert concealed within the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, that expert from before. You know him? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Qin Xiong's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian shook his head. How could he possibly know such a terrifying expert? In his entire lifetime, the strongest expert he'd seen with his own two eyes was the city governor of Phoenix Nest City, Feng Wu Dao, that he met in the Darkstone Empire that day. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that Feng Wu Dao was a void interpretation stage expert. He had an intuition. The existence that used his imposing aura to suppress the three great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point they were unable to catch their breath earlier had a strength that was even above Feng Wu Dao. Senior, may I ask if you want to protect this Duan Lingtian? After Zhao Ming consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, he took a deep breath and slowly asked towards the sky. Zhao Ming's words caused Tang Hue and Zhong Lin to be caught off guard, and their expressions instantly went grim. Is this Zhao Ming courting death? At this moment, they wished for nothing more than for that expert to completely conceal himself and not make another appearance, even if it was only a voice. As for the matter of killing Duan Lingtian and eliminating the roots of the Azure Forest Trisect, and even coercing Duan Lingtian to lead the way to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, there would be plenty of chances in the future. Yet now, Zhao Ming seemed to wish for nothing more than for that expert to appear once more. Zhao Ming, don't drag the two of us along if you want to court death. For a time, Tang Hue and Zhong Lin couldn't refrain from sending voice transmissions into Zhao Ming's ears as they spoke furiously. But Zhao Ming paid no attention to them and still said with a low voice, Senior, this Duan Lingtian crippled my grandson and indirectly killed my son. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. I hope Senior can grant my wish and allow me to take him away. I'll be endlessly grateful. As soon as Zhao Ming said this, Duan Lingtian frowned, and he was slightly perturbed in his heart. Qin Xiong had a perturbed expression as well. She knew clearly in her heart that so long as that mysterious expert said something about protecting Duan Lingtian, then no matter how unwilling Zhao Ming was, he would have no choice but to leave. Tang Hue and Zhong Lin held their breaths. Finally, that low and hoarse voice sounded out once more. The enmity between the two of you isn't related to me, and I don't want to interfere as well. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the mysterious expert, and he said excitedly, Thank you, Senior. As he spoke, Zhao Ming stepped out in the sky with the intention of taking Duan Lingtian away. Tang Hue and Zhong Lin revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. There's hope for the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Qin Xiong's face went grim as she pleaded respectfully. Senior, please lend a hand and save this child. Qin Xiong is endlessly grateful. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He originally thought that he would be able to escape calamity, yet unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Looks like he'd have to return to hell from heaven once more. Practically at the instant their moods changed abruptly, the low and hoarse voice of the mysterious expert sounded out once more. But, within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, outsiders aren't allowed to be presumptuous. The three of you, go back to where you came from. You can do whatever you want in other places, and it's completely unrelated to me. But within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, all of you Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above can forget about harming a single person or taking a single person away. The mysterious expert's voice was filled with overbearingness. He had an imposing manner as if he was the one who planted this tree and opened this path. The meaning within his words was extremely simple. All of you foreign martial artists at the Void Initiation Stage and above can do whatever you want in other places. Kill whoever you want, take away whoever you want. But, it was impossible in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He protected every single member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom from being oppressed by Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above. After Zhao Ming's group of three heard what the mysterious expert said, the excited smiles on their faces completely froze. On the other hand, Qin Xiong and Duan Lingtian instead had pleasantly surprised expressions. All three of you, get the hell out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom right now. If you dare stay any longer, I can only lightly punish all of you and let all of you learn from your mistakes. The mysterious expert's voice sounded out once more, and it contained slight impatience mixed within. Let's go. Chapter 484. Zhao Ming had a gloomy expression as he glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and the ghastly killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. However, at this moment, he didn't dare act rashly. Since that mysterious expert had already spoken and wanted to protect everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, at this moment, even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and didn't want to leave, he had no other way. In front of that mysterious expert, Yi Zichen was stunned. He could only compromise. Duan Lingtian, you can either hole up in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for your entire life. Otherwise, I, Zhao Ming, will absolutely not let you off. Zhao Ming glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian in the end, and he intended to leave. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, and he seemed to not care in the slightest. Zhao Ming's body shook, and the flames of rage on his face practically burned to the limit. He didn't flare up in the end, and he followed Tang Hua and Zhong Lin to leave in a sorry state. The 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They didn't accomplish anything, and it was equivalent to coming here for nothing. Who? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and he thanked the sky. Thank you for saving me, Senior. But unfortunately, the voice of that mysterious expert didn't appear again. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if all this was a dream. Of course, he knew that all this wasn't a dream. An expert with an extremely terrifying strength did indeed exist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I never imagined that such a terrifying existence existed within this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. At this moment, Qin Xiong had an astonished expression as well. The ability of that expert from before had completely shocked her as well. Perhaps that expert's strength is not inferior to even my big sister's. Qin Xiong took a deep breath and slowly calmed her feelings, then she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, was what Elder Ming said earlier true? Did you really cripple his grandson, Zhao Ku? Qin Xiong asked Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian ought to not be an unreasonable person, and there was surely something hidden within. Sort of. Duan Lingtian shrugged, and while stroking the head of the little gold mouse that had grown up, he spoke of the matter between him and Zhao Lin one by one. There was nothing to hide. In the end, Qin Xiong came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In this way, Zhao Lin only has himself to blame. However, that set of cultivation method that you fabricated, those 24 words that tease people, is indeed a little. Speaking until the end, Qin Xiong did not know how she should continue. Castration? To think that this little fellow could think of such a thing. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought it was fun. Who knew that they would actually, indeed. A fabricated set of muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing had crippled Zhao Lin's son's family jewels. This was something that Duan Lingtian had not expected. In the north of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, 3 silhouettes flew across the sky. They only slowed down when they arrived at the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. These 3 people were obviously Zhao Ming's group of 3 that had just fled in a sorry state in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The 3 aged figures stood in the sky and looked at each other, and they were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. That expert is too terrifying. Zhong Lin spoke with a slight lingering fear in his heart. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's territory is ahead. Should we first leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and pass through the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before discussing that expert? Tang Hua took a deep breath and glanced at the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city as he spoke with slight fear. Tang Hua's words caused Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads. Zhao Ming was just about to mock Tang Hua when Zhong Lin had already spoken out before him. Tang Hua, you're really getting worse and worse. Undeniably, that expert is indeed extremely strong. But the place we're at now is extremely far away from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Could it be that you think that expert is able to know that we haven't left the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Zhao Ming nodded and deeply agreed. Tang Hua laughed in self-ridicule when he heard this, and he felt that perhaps he was really too sensitive. Even if it was an expert at the void transformation stage or above, it would probably be impossible for the expert to traverse such a long distance to monitor them, unless the expert was really bored to the point of following them. But, was this possible? Tang Hua asked himself, and the three of them ought to not have such great face. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly condensed into form in the sky and descended onto the three of them, causing the expressions of the three of them who just caught their breaths to instantly go pale. This aura was too familiar to them. Sir. Senior. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he was still thinking that the expert that guarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom ought to not go to the extent of following them. But now it would seem that the facts weren't so. It was very likely that the expert was following behind them and monitoring them to see if they would obediently leave. Yet now, they didn't obediently leave. A trace of despair arose within his heart. Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin had similar feelings. The latter had a regretful expression. The former glared at the latter instead, and seemed to have completely forgotten that his thoughts earlier were the same as Zhong Lin's. Looks like the three of you have taken my words to be like the wind passing by one's ears. Since it's like this, then I can only give all of you a slight punishment and allow all of you to properly remember. A cold and indifferent and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire sky became slightly strange. Senior, spare me, spare me. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale as his body shivered. Although that formidable aura didn't completely suppress him, he didn't dare make the slightest movement. He knew clearly in his heart that if he dared flee, then he would die without a doubt. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Senior, spare me. Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin's expressions were extremely unsightly, and their eyes were filled with boundless terror. Before today, they practically didn't dare believe it. With their strengths, they'd actually repeatedly begged for mercy before the same person in this tiny kingdom. But they understood that if they didn't beg for mercy, then they would die without a doubt. Earlier, it was you who questioned my ability. The hoarse voice was filled with ghastly coldness as it sounded out. At the same time, in the sky above Zhong Lin, the air shook as airflow swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that stretched out. At the center of these ripples, the air was compressed, and the clouds and mist roiled. Subsequently, swoosh, a violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket appeared out of thin air and descended towards Zhong Lin. Zhao Ming and Tang Hua only felt something flash before their eyes. Bang! In practically an instant, their thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn back when they noticed that Zhong Lin, who was originally standing nearby in the sky, had vanished without a trace. Whereas that violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket only appeared briefly. Zhong Lin's aura had completely vanished. There was only one possibility: Zhong Lin was dead. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming's already ghastly pale countenances were now pale like a piece of paper, and their bodies started trembling even more intensely. Senior, spare us. It was Zhong Lin who instigated us to stay behind earlier. Otherwise, we'd have done as you asked and left the Crimson Sky Kingdom long ago. Tang Hua begged for mercy in panic, and he looked around with the intention of searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious expert. But no matter how he searched, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the mysterious expert. That expert seemed as if he wasn't in the surroundings at all. Yeah, Senior. So long as you're willing to spare our lives, we'll leave right away, leave right away. Zhao Ming was afraid as well. Completely afraid. Zhong Lin was a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect just like him, and his strength wasn't inferior to him. But it was precisely an existence like this that he didn't even have the time to react before being annihilated in the blink of an eye, and it caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified in his heart. If both of you dare take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom in this lifetime, I'll surely turn both of you into ashes. The cold and indifferent voice was pitilessly overbearing. Fuck off. Fuck off. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they heard the cold shout of the mysterious expert, and they hurriedly flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, they'd left the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After they entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the two of them continued flashing all along the way, and they only stopped after an hour. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw boundless terror in each other's eyes. In their hearts, they made up their minds. In the future, no matter what happened, they wouldn't take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom again. The warning of the mysterious expert from before had taken root and sprouted in their hearts. Looks like if I want to coerce that Duan Lingtian to take us to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then I can only wait for him to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom first. Tang Hua frowned after his mood eased up after he'd managed to survive. Obviously, Tang Hua hadn't forgotten the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Duan Lingtian spoke of until now. I don't believe he can hide in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for his entire lifetime. Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth and was enraged to the limit. His hatred towards Duan Lingtian was something that was difficult for others to compare to. Now, I can only hope that the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Hua suddenly thought of a problem, and a wisp of worry appeared on his face. The matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk should wait until that Duan Lingtian leaves the Crimson Sky Kingdom and we can capture him. Otherwise, everything is only a dream. Zhao Ming grunted. Elder Ming, the matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Tang Hua looked at Zhao Ming and spoke with a serious expression. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Ming. Don't worry. I'm not stupid to the point of sharing the 10,000-year stalactite milk with others. The fewer people that know about this matter, the more beneficial it is to us. A certain amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk is required to be able to assist us in improving our natural talent to the limit. Tang Hua hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Ming guessed his thoughts. Earlier, that Zhong Lin almost trapped us. But, it's good that he's dead. We can have one less person to share the 10,000-year stalactite milk with. Chapter 485. Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiong descended from the sky together, and when they returned to their own courtyard house, they noticed that there were many more people in the courtyard house. Amongst them, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yarrow were the most conspicuous. The two young women stood there like celestial maidens that had walked out from a painting. After Duan Lingtian appeared, the gloominess on the beautiful faces of the two young women dispersed, and they bloomed with a wisp of a smile that seemed capable of captivating all living things. This caused Qin Xiong to be unable to refrain from shaking her head and sighing. Looks like the man of her disciple is indeed extremely popular. As someone who'd experienced it before, she naturally saw the gazes the two young women before her had when they looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Most importantly, in terms of beauty, these two young women weren't inferior to her disciple, Ke, in the slightest. Father, mother. This is Peak Master Qin Xiong, Ke's master. I've told both of you about her. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Ru as he lightly smiled and introduced. So it's Peak Master Qin Xiong. Li Ru greets you. Li Ru nodded to Qin Xiong. Peak Master Qin Xiong. Duan Rufeng greeted Qin Xiong as well. Qin Xiong replied with a smile, then she looked at Li Ru and said with an envious expression, Little sister Li Ru, I've heard Ke mention you since long ago. You're truly fortunate to have such an outstanding son, it's truly enviable. Li Ru's face bloomed with a charming smile when she heard this. There wasn't a single mother that didn't like others praising their son, and Li Ru was no exception. Peak Master Qin Xiong. In next to no time, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yarrow successively bowed to Qin Xiong under the introduction of Duan Lingtian. They knew clearly in their hearts that this was a higher-up of a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and her strength was shocking. In terms of status, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to be respectful to her. Martial Aunt Qin Xiong. Mo Yu looked at Qin Xiong with an excited expression, like a small boat that had lost its way and found a harbor to dock at. Mo Yu and Qin Xiong stood at the side as they communicated via voice transmission. The content of their conversation was none other than the matter of the Seven Star Sword sect. Tian, who was that? Why did you suddenly leave? Recalling what had just happened, Li Ru looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Xiao Lan, Princess Biao, Jing Yu, and the others all looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. He's an enemy of mine in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But he's already been driven away by Peak Master Qin Xiong, and I presume he won't come again in the future. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse and said. He didn't tell the truth because he didn't want his parents to worry about him. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was undoubtedly a colossus in the eyes of his parents, an existence that was unparalleled. If his parents knew that he was facing such a colossus, they would undoubtedly be worried for him. Li Ru didn't doubt him when she heard this, and she nodded. That's good. Right, Tian didn't you say that Ke and Fei went on a long journey with Peak Master Qin Xiong? Now that Peak Master Qin Xiong has returned, why haven't they returned? Duan Lingtian smiled. Mom, when Ke and Fei returned, they just happened to arrive at the critical juncture of breaking through, so they returned to the sect to cultivate first. As for Peak Master Qin Xiong, she came to tell me about this matter. Li Ru came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. Subsequently, Li Ru looked at Xiao Lan and Princess Biao as she said slowly, Lan and Yarrow know that you're in danger, so they rushed over at the first possible moment. They were still worried about you earlier. Accompany them to have a meal, just take it as helping them get over their shock. As Li Ru finished speaking, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. She had an appearance of saying that if he dared refuse, Mom would be unhappy. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he didn't refuse. The concern of the two women caused him to be unable to help but feel warmth in his heart. When Xiaolan and Princess Biao heard what Li Ru said, their beautiful faces couldn't help but be tainted with a wisp of crimson, and they were extremely embarrassed. How good would it be if Lan and Yarrow can become my daughter-in-law as well? Li Ru sighed lightly as she looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that left. In the following few days, under the orders of his mother, Li Ru, so long as it was daytime, Duan Lingtian practically accompanied Xiaolan and Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to guess a little of his mother's thoughts. After a few days, he found an excuse to enter into closed-door cultivation and not leave. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. These words weren't wrong in the slightest. 3 months later, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. During these 3 months, something worthy of mentioning was. Qin Xiong brought Mo Yu along and returned to the 7-star sword sect. Of course, the 7-star sword sect didn't exist anymore, and Qin Xiong brought Mo Yu back to the 10,000-year stalactite cave on Megrez Peak. The cultivation environment there could be said to be the best cultivation environment in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, with the 10,000-year stalactite milk that dripped down every once in a while to assist in cultivation, one's cultivation speed would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Now that the 7-star sword sect had been annihilated, Qin Xiong had taken Mo Yu to be the future hope of the 7-star sword sect, and she'd taken Mo Yu to be the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to foster. She was the junior sister of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, and now that she was teaching a disciple on behalf of her brother, everything was logical. After breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room in an extremely good mood. He sat before the stone table in the front courtyard and teased the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse rolled around on the stone table, and at the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, when will big sister Ke and big sister Li Fei return? Not so fast. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The 2 little girls were cultivating in the foreign lands, and it would probably be impossible for them to return in a short period of time. Although he missed the 2 little girls very much as well. But he was happy for the 2 little girls that they were able to obtain such good fortune. He believed. With the fostering of a great power in the foreign lands, the accomplishments of the 2 little girls would surely be limitless. Little Gold, let's go. We're going for a walk. Duan Lingtian called out to the little gold mouse, and after the little gold mouse leaped onto his shoulder, he left the courtyard house with large strides. After strolling around the imperial city's inner city, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Young Master Lingtian, the guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he entered the Divine Might Marquis estate, as if he was strolling through his own back garden. Duan Lingtian saw Nai Yuan and Nai Fen in the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Uncle Nai, Big Brother Nai. I heard the two of you talking about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. What's that? Duan Lingtian asked Nai Yuan and Nai Fen curiously. Earlier, he hadn't entered the audience hall when he heard Nai Yuan and Nai Fen chatting happily, and their topic seemed to revolve around the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It obviously wasn't simple. Little Tian, you've come. Nai Yuan and Nai Fen had smiles all over their faces when they saw Duan Lingtian arrive. After that, Nai Yuan explained. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty. A competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this. The Dark Han dynasty could be said to be boundlessly vast, and the geniuses in the martial Tao within it were innumerable like the clouds, not to mention the other 9 dynasties that were similar to the Dark Han dynasty. Uncle Nai, how did you know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was similarly far away from the Dark Han dynasty. But now, the grand event of the Dark Han dynasty had actually spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was the ambassador of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was sent to our Crimson Sky Kingdom by the imperial family. Nai Yuan explained slowly. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held 5 years from now. At that time, the most outstanding young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty, will participate. This time, the Dark Han dynasty ordered the various empires under its command to select the most outstanding young geniuses 4 years from now to head to the capital of the dynasty to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. On the other hand, the empires ordered the various imperial kingdoms under their command to compete for the qualifications to head to the capital of the dynasty 3 years from now. When it came to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Dark Han dynasty ordered the various kingdoms to send out their most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and their target is the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When he spoke up to hear, Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as his eyes glowed. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held by a formidable power that surpasses the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I suspect that the formidable power that surpasses the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family is a power from the foreign land. Little Tian, if you're able to become eminent in the competition in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and head to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, then even if you're unable to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you'll still be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Supposedly, even the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms would covet those rewards. Nai Yuan finished speaking in a single breath. A power from the foreign lands. Hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. I wonder what the intentions of that power from the foreign lands doing this. Duan Lingtian believed that the power from the foreign lands would absolutely not be bored to the point of holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. There was surely something hidden within it. Not only that, even if Little Tian only shows outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtains the qualifications to head to the imperial city, you'll similarly be able to obtain many rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Nai Fen looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little Tian. His Majesty has already decided that our Crimson Sky Kingdom will send you over. So long as you're able to show outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, our Crimson Sky Kingdom will be able to obtain generous rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and it's even to the extent that will be exempt from taxes for 10 years. Subordinate kingdoms had to hand over large amounts of taxes to the great kingdom that stood above them. This had always been the rule of the various dynasties. The Crimson Sky Kingdom and the various kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the various imperial kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire and the various empires had to hand over taxes to the Darkhan dynasty instead. A power from the foreign lands. Chapter 486. It can be said that this opportunity, to you and our Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's a win-win opportunity. Nai Fen's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength, he would surely be able to stand out in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to compete with the young experts of the various Darkstone Empires and Imperial Kingdoms. Once Duan Lingtian was able to continue to stand out in the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian would be able to head to the Darkhan dynasty's capital and compete with the young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty and the various empires to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. It could be imagined that the young experts that were able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would surely be the most outstanding monstrous geniuses of the various dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the peak of the 10 dynasties. At that time, it would be another fierce struggle. If one was able to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, one would even have the chance to join a power of the foreign lands. The words foreign lands held great weight and firmly suppressed the various dynasties. Then the martial competition of the 10 dynasties doesn't have specific requirements? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Supposedly, the people that participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 40 years of age. They must be of the true younger generation. Otherwise, even if they seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their qualifications to participate would be directly revoked in the end. Nai Yuan spoke slowly. In other words, the young geniuses of the various dynasties that are preparing for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 35 years of age. After all, even if they're only 35 years old now, they'll be 40 years old 5 years from now. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Can't exceed 40 years of age. Actually, we don't really understand this as well, Nai Fen said with a smile. Generally speaking, people under the age of 40 are collectively referred to as youths. However, there are many people over the age of 40, such as Uncle Ru Feng, people around the age of 50, who maintain themselves well and appear to be only around the age of 30. When he spoke up to hear, Nai Fen glanced at Nai Yuan and smiled. Unlike my father. What? You little brat, you dare complain that your father is old? Nai Yuan glared at him and shouted in a low voice. Nai Fen instantly shriveled up when he heard this. Father, I was joking. Big brother Nai Fen. Duan Lingtian instead declined to comment on what Nai Fen said. I've seen a record in an ancient book. Supposedly, there's a miraculous ore in the foreign lands that, after being polished, can become an age-measuring pearl. As long as a person puts their hand on the age-measuring bead, the age-measuring bead will have a reaction, and ribbons will appear. For example, if a newborn child touches the age-measuring bead, a faint red ribbon will appear, indicating that the child is under 1 year old. When a child is 1 year old, 1 red ribbon will turn dark. If a child is 2 years old, 2 red ribbons will appear. At the age of 10, you will have 10 red ribbons. Later on, when older people touch it with their hands, different colored ribbons will appear, representing different ages. All this Duan Lingtian spoke of was naturally not something he saw in an ancient book. The reason he knew of this was because there were records of the age-measuring pearl in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. The age-measuring pearl was able to measure a person's age. Of course, the age-measuring pearl wasn't all-powerful. At most, it was only able to measure the true age of a person below the age of 80. But even then, it was more than sufficient to measure the ages of all the young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only was Nai Fen stunned, even Nai Yuan was stunned. There's such a miraculous thing in the world. Truly unbelievable. Nai Yuan's mental fortitude was stronger, and he was the first to recover from his shock as he sighed with emotion. Cloud Continent is so large and filled with all sorts of wonders. It isn't surprising that there's an existence like the age-measuring pearl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then asked, "Right, Uncle Nai. Did the ambassador from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom say when the young geniuses selected by our Crimson Sky Kingdom will go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? What's the exact situation after they go?" Nai Yuan's eyes flashed as he said, "According to what that ambassador said, they only have to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City within a year. As for after arriving at the Azure Forest Imperial City, the young geniuses selected by the various kingdoms only have to produce proof to become students of the Azure Forest Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. 2 years from now, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City will hold a genius competition. At that time, so long as the people that are able to stand out in the genius competition, they will be able to obtain the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City and compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and the various Imperial Kingdom. From the Imperial City to the Empire, from the Empire to the Dynasty. After that, it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I can imagine that anyone that's able to walk to the end will surely soar into the sky." As he finished speaking, Nai Yuan was slightly excited. But unfortunately, this martial competition of the 10 dynasties came too quickly. If it came another 5 or 6 years and little Tian was 33 or 34 years old when the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even stand out in it. Nai Fen sighed. Even though he was confident towards Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian's age was still too young after all. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have the chance to head to the Empire or even the Dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the various kingdoms and empires. But if he wanted to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it would probably be quite difficult. He didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Nai Yuan nodded as well, and he agreed with Nai Fen's words. Only Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. After all, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would only begin 5 years from now. Who could guarantee what would happen in 5 years of time? Little Tian, after you return, tell your parents. You can't miss this opportunity. A year of time can't be said to be long, yet it's not short either. Even if we use a nascent soul stage fierce beast to travel, I'm afraid it would still require half a year of time to travel from here to the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Nai Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke. Even though he didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, he was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian being able to become eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if Duan Lingtian became eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, he wouldn't be too surprised. So as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was unable to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end, he would still be able to obtain many rewards and benefits from the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire. He didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to miss it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell to Nai Yuan and Nai Fen before leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties in 5 years. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian stretched out his arms, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the same time, his hand lightly shook, and a crystalline and translucent jade sword appeared in his hand. This jade sword, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his gaze became faintly discernible. He still remembered that this jade sword was something he'd obtained in the misty forest near Aurora City that day. It could also be said that it was left to him by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. At the same time, this jade sword was the culprit that caused the annihilation of the Boundless Sect. According to what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader said, this jade sword is the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure. A Sword Monarch usually refers to a sword cultivator martial monarch. A treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch would surely contain many good things. Perhaps, After Little Gold's cultivation breaks through to the void initiation stage, I'll be able to gather with the other possessors of the Jade Swords and head to the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his hand bloomed out to fuse into the Jade Sword. He still remembered that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had reminded him that he should only open the Sword Monarch's treasure after breaking through to the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the words of the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. After all, his cultivation was too low, and he was utterly unable to keep the Jade Sword. This Jade Sword has obviously been inscribed with a sound transmission inscription. I wonder if the other 8 Jade Swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian still remembered what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had said that day. There were a total of 9 Jade Swords. Only when all 9 Jade Swords were gathered together would the Sword Monarch's treasure be able to be opened. A sound transmission inscription was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant inscription, and at least the current Duan Lingtian was unable to inscribe it. Only an inscription master whose spiritual force has attained the void transformation stage or above would be able to successfully inscribe a sound transmission inscription. The stronger the spiritual force, the greater the range of communication the sound transmission inscription inscribed would be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy that fused into the Jade Sword directly activated the sound transmission inscription. A sound transmission inscription was different from ordinary inscriptions, and it wasn't a one-time use inscription. I'm able to sense the other 8 matching sound transmission inscriptions. But I wonder if the other 9 Jade Swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Right at this moment, a sonorous laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Ha 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 ha. The 9th Jade Sword has finally appeared. Brother, your luck isn't bad. I heard long ago that the Jade Sword fell into the hands of a sect called the Boundless Sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago. Later on, that Boundless Sect seemed to have been annihilated by a sect called the Black Fiend Sect. Looks like you're not simple since you're able to obtain that Jade Sword. Brother, you're from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian knew clearly that the sonorous voice was precisely communicating with him. That was the owner of the other Jade Sword. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you're not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. Exactly, I'm not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm from the Darkstone Empire. Brother, confirm a time and place, then we'll contact the other 7 people and go open the Sword Monarch's treasure together, alright? Chapter 487. Sorry, I don't have the intention to cooperate with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure for now. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. His voice was transmitted out through the voice transmission inscription on the Jade Sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian found out from the owner of the sonorous voice that the other 8 Jade Swords already had an owner. Moreover, the owners of these Jade Swords were mostly not members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Why? The sonorous voice sounded out once more. This time, there was no excitement, and there was only bewilderment and bewilderment. I want to know what the cultivations of the other 8 of you are. Duan Lingtian asked. Meanwhile, the sonorous voice went silent for a moment before continuing. Looks like brother isn't confident of your own strength. Actually, the strengths of the 8 of us can't be considered to be strong in the various empires, and there are even 3 of us that are from an imperial kingdom like you. The strongest amongst us is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and the weakest is at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage? 6th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Looks like the strengths of the owners of those 8 Jade Swords were far stronger than him and Little Gold. Brother, if you're worried, we'll seize your Jade Sword. You can first hide the Jade Sword at a place that only you know of and no one is able to find. At that time, you can come meet us first, and we're willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that we'll absolutely not scheme to seize the Jade Sword in your possession and harm you. The sonorous voice contained slight anxiousness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to directly appear before him and open the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. 99 Heavenly Tribulation? What you said isn't a bad choice. Duan Lingtian replied. Then brother, you, the owner of the sonorous voice, seemed to have heard a favorable turn from Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly excited. Sorry, I still refuse. Even if all of you won't seize my jade sword and won't harm me. But with my current cultivation, even if I really encounter any treasure after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, I'm afraid I'm unable to seize it from all of you. Moreover, who knows if there's any danger within the Sword Monarch's treasure? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, so before my cultivation advances to the Void Initiation stage, I won't consider working together with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. I'll contact all of you once I've broken through to the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the owner of the sonorous voice to reply before withdrawing the origin energy that had fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword in his hand, and he stopped communicating with that person. No matter what, the Sword Monarch's treasure will be a turning point for me. I hope that I'll be able to obtain some gains from the Sword Monarch's treasure before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, and from there, I'll become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and officially step onto the stage of the foreign land. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as if he could see his bright future. Outer Realm. His 2 fiancées were there. The great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara was also there. The Outer Realm was the true stage of the martial artists of Cloud Continent, and the experts were numerous like the clouds, causing one's hot blood to surge. Duan Lingtian looked forward to it extremely. After Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse home, he went to look for his mother and deadbeat father. Mother, father. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in a few days. No matter if it was Li Ru or Duan Rufeng, both of them weren't surprised when they heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. After all, Duan Lingtian was a member of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, and he'd only returned this time for the sake of visiting his family, and he would have to return sooner or later. Tian, if you're free in the future, bring Ke and Fei back to see mother often. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides that, remember to bid farewell to Lan and Yarrow before you leave. Li Ru added. Duan Lingtian replied. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiaolan and Princess by Yarrow to bid farewell. The 2 young women were naturally extremely reluctant when Duan Lingtian wanted to leave, but they knew that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later. They were unable to make him stay. The goddess was willing, but the king was heartless. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian successively went to look for Xiao Yu and Xiao Zun to have a meal together before bidding farewell to the 2 of them. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Duan Clan and Paladin Academy to bid farewell to the Duan Clan members and the 2 deans of Paladin Academy. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and followed the Divine Might Marquis into the Imperial Palace, and he obtained the proof of recommendation that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Family issued to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Family from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor. With this proof, Duan Lingtian could rely on it to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City and become a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Dragon and Phoenix Academy? A few days ago, when he was at the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian had heard the Divine Might Marquis mention this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But when he was at the 7-Star Sword Sect, he'd never heard of this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Your Majesty, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is? Duan Lingtian looked at the Emperor with a curious expression. The Emperor said, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is a public academy that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially established for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The young geniuses recommended by the various kingdoms will enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not only that, supposedly, so long as the outstanding disciples of the various sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are below the age of 35, the various sects can recommend them to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. 2 years from now, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the 5 most outstanding people from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various kingdom. The emperor finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he'd never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the past. So it turns out that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially prepared it for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan, your natural talent in the martial Dao is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, whether our Crimson Sky Kingdom is able to be exempted from 10 years of taxes and obtain the generous rewards of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will depend on you. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. I'll try my best. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. No matter what, the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown. He would try his best to help the Crimson Sky Kingdom obtain benefits. After he took a piece of paper from the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nai Yuan. Uncle Nai, I'll have to trouble you to help me bid farewell to Big Brother Nai. I'll be making a trip home and will leave right away. Be careful on your way. Nai Yuan nodded seriously, then reminded. Little Tian, with your natural talent, it isn't difficult for you to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 2 years from now. Even if it's in the Darkstone Empire, it isn't impossible. But if you have the chance to go to the Darkhan dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you must remember not to be rash. If you're not a match for them, then admit defeat as soon as possible. In a person's lifetime, there's only one life. If you lose your life, then you have nothing. Nai Yuan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Nai, I understand. Duan Lingtian replied, and his heart felt warm. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian made a trip home to inform his mother, his deadbeat father, and his manager, Jing Yu, before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger and soared into the sky. Hee. Big Brother Lingtian, that divine might Marquis told you that day that even if there's a nascent soul stage fierce beast carrying you, it would still take 7 or 8 months to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. He's really narrow-minded. Me. With me carrying Big Brother Lingtian, we'll be able to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city in a month at most. A voice that was like that of a little girl sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice contained slight ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Little Gold's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the enormous gold mouse beneath him. Little fellow, it's really easy for you to talk. You're a 3rd-level void prying stage demon beast. How can a nascent soul stage fierce beast compare to you? Big Brother Lingtian, are we going directly to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, or are we going to take a look elsewhere first? The enormous gold mouse's jade-green eyes ceaselessly revolved. We're naturally going to take a look elsewhere. So long as we arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy within a year. Duan Lingtian spoke as a matter of course. Little Gold instantly leaped for joy when she heard Duan Lingtian, and her speed slowed down as well. They spent 10 days of time before arriving at Blackwind City. Squeak squeak tilde. When they arrived at Blackwind City once again, the little gold mouse seemed to be extremely furious, and she stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Ha ha! Little Gold, I haven't asked you, how did you get sent to the Ma clan auction house that day? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and laughed. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and arrived at Blackwind City, the first time he saw the little gold mouse was precisely at the Ma clan auction house. At that time, the little gold mouse was an auction item. Up until now, when he recalled it, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. It was an old fellow at the half-step void stage that captured me. Big Brother Lingtian, I want to take revenge. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained slight anger mixed within. Is it a member of the Ma clan? Duan Lingtian asked. No. But I remember very clearly that he's a member of Blackwind City as well. The little gold mouse said via voice transmission. Then you can slowly look for him later. We can stay here for 2 days. As for now, it's time for me to properly settle the old debts with the Ma clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke word by word. Ma clan. That day, when he'd bid for the little gold mouse in the Ma clan auction house, the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch's guild master, Xia Guang, intended to seize the little gold mouse from him. Of course, it took 2 hands to clap. Later on, it was precisely the members of the Ma clan who colluded with Xia Guang that exposed his tracks. Originally, he'd asked for compensation from the Ma clan, and this matter could be considered to have come to an end. Chapter 488. At that time, when Xia Guang's father, the vice president of the Magnolia Trading Company, Xia Do, appeared before him. He knew it. It was the Ma clan of Black Wind City that betrayed him. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for anyone to know that it was he who killed Xia Guang. Ma clan. Since you think you have too much money, then I'll help you spend it properly. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He still remembered that when he asked the Ma clan to take out 10 million gold, the Ma clan was still very straightforward and sent it over that very night. Presumably, the Ma clan had been operating in Black Wind City for many years and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. At the entrance of the Ma clan estate, 4 Ma clan disciples stood separately on both sides like door gods. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the plaque on the entrance of the Ma clan estate, and when he saw the 3 large words Ma clan carved in flamboyant calligraphy on it, he knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides and directly walked towards the entrance of the Ma clan estate. Who is it? Stop. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance, he was stopped by the 4 Ma clan disciples as expected. The gazes of the 4 Ma clan disciples were fierce as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the 4 people before him and slowly opened his mouth. F***K off. A shocked shout that contained dense origin energy tore through the sky and pierced into the ears of the 4 Ma clan disciples. Instantly, the eardrums of the 4 Ma clan disciples stung, and the eardrums of the 2 with lower cultivations were directly shattered, causing fresh blood to spray out as they emitted shrill cries. Although the other 2 weren't so exaggerated, their faces were still ghastly pale. When they saw the violet-clothed young man take a step forward in an overbearing manner, they didn't dare obstruct him and moved to the side in panic. At this moment, they could feel the rage that ceaselessly rose from the body of the person that had arrived. If they continued to obstruct him, the violet-clothed young man might directly make a move against them. They didn't doubt this in the slightest. This violet-clothed young man wasn't someone they could deal with. I'll go around him and notify the patriarch. One of the Ma clan's disciples greeted the other 3 and entered the Ma clan's mansion, heading to the other side. After Duan Lingtian entered the Ma family mansion, he stopped a passing Ma family disciple and said indifferently, "Take me to your Ma family grand hall." This Ma family disciple saw that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary temperament and thought that Duan Lingtian was a guest of the Ma family. He didn't dare to neglect and respectfully led Duan Lingtian to the outside of the Ma family's main hall. "Customer, you." The Ma clan disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, yet he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "All right, go call over your Ma clan's patriarch and those half-step void stage old geezers. Just tell them that an old friend has come." Duan Lingtian swept the Ma clan disciple with his gaze, and while the Ma clan disciple was still in a daze, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the main hall, and he impolitely sat on the wooden armchair that guarded the main hall. The Ma clan disciple was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene. That seat seemed to be the head seat that only their Ma clan's patriarch had the qualifications to sit on, right? His heart jerked when he recalled what Duan Lingtian said earlier. Daring to sit on the head seat that belongs to the patriarch in our Ma clan's main hall, and even daring to call the ancestor old geezers. Looks like this guest's identity isn't simple. I have to hurry and report this to the patriarch and the ancestor. The Ma clan disciple thought in his heart and hurriedly turned around to look for the patriarch and ancestor of his Ma clan. In the Ma clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian sat on the wooden armchair as he grabbed the little gold mouse and lightly stroked its back. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse was comfortable to the point she let out a low cry, and her pair of jade green eyes gradually closed. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he silently looked outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, it was calm at the beginning, but 15 minutes later, a string of footsteps sounded out, getting closer and closer. Subsequently, numerous figures appeared within the scope of Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore an embroidered robe. The space between his brows revealed a sense of dignity, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Behind the middle-aged man, 4 old men followed closely behind him, and there were also many other people. They were obviously the higher-ups of the Ma clan. The group of people walked into the main hall in a formidable array. "It's you." In next to no time, the gazes of the 4 old men that followed behind the middle-aged man in the lead descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their faces went grim. Presumptuous. How could the seat of the patriarch be something a little kid like you can sit on? An explosive shout resounded throughout the main hall, and the middle-aged man that followed behind emitted a cold light as his figure flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, causing an origin energy palm print to appear and envelop Duan Lingtian like a shadow. At the same time, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from the sky along with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was obviously at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Squeak squeak tilde right at the instant the middle-aged man struck out with his palm, a sharp cry sounded out. In the next moment, the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand had vanished. The people present only saw a golden light shoot out from Duan Lingtian's hand, and its speed was so swift that it was astounding to hear. Subsequently, bang! 8. An enormous bang accompanied by a shrill cry that pierced the heart sounded out abruptly. Under the gazes of everyone present, the golden light blasted onto the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was directly blasted flying. He emitted a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground and fainting. But now, no one looked at the middle-aged man's injuries. The gazes of everyone descended onto the golden figure in the sky. This was a little gold mouse that stood in the sky, and it glanced at the middle-aged man that had fainted with contempt before turning around and transforming into a golden light that returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. As they looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dispersed along with the little gold mouse leaving, the expressions of the Ma clan members present went grim. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto the hand of the violet-clothed young man that sat at the head. The little gold mouse comfortably closed its eyes and enjoyed the violet-clothed young man's caress, and it seemed extremely like a cute and harmless pet mouse. But now, no one dared look at this little gold mouse as if they were looking at a pet. They knew. This was a demon beast, a 3rd-level void prying stage demon beast. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the 4 old men behind the middle-aged man in the lead, and he grinned to reveal his snow-white teeth. But when Duan Lingtian's brilliant smile entered into the eyes of the 4 old men, it instead caused their expressions to go grim. The gazes of the 4 old men descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes contained slight bewilderment and disbelief mixed within. Exactly, it's that little gold mouse I bought from your Ma clan auction house that day. Now that I speak of it, I have to properly thank your Ma clan, otherwise, I'm afraid I have no fate with it. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly as he rubbed the little gold mouse's smooth back. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression that didn't contain any emotions. The bodies of the 4 old men shook, and the corners of their mouths held a wisp of bitterness. That little gold mouse from all those years ago has actually transformed into a 3rd-level void prying stage demon beast now? Is this still a gold fur mouse? You're that person from that day? The middle-aged man in the lead who wore embroidered robes was originally curious as to why their Ma clan would offend a person that had a demon beast by his side. But now, when he heard the young man before him, he seriously sized the young man up for a moment before finally recognizing the young man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this young man, he'd seen the portrait of the young man many times, and it left a deep impression on him. The incident that occurred in the Ma clan auction house a few years ago was something he'd never forget. Because of that incident, Not only did their Ma clan lose a single person, they were even extorted of an entire 10 million gold. It was the first time their Ma clan had suffered such humiliation. Whereas the instigator of all this was the young man that bought the infant gold fur mouse in the Ma clan auction house. The young man before him. This third-level void prying stage demon beast is the infant gold fur mouse that was auctioned off in our Ma clan auction house that day. The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his heart was ceaselessly bleeding. If he knew earlier that this infant gold fur mouse was able to grow to such an extent in a short few years, then no matter how great the price his Ma clan had to pay, even if they had to go bankrupt, they would still digest this infant gold fur mouse internally. Even if the seller didn't allow them to digest it internally, they would still bid for it. Now, they'd instead helped someone else achieve their goal. The affairs of the world were difficult to predict. Who could have imagined that the inconspicuous infant gold fur mouse from that day would grow to such a terrifying extent in a short few years? Demon beast. Moreover, it was a third-level void prying stage demon beast. Looks like Patriarch Ma hasn't forgotten me. Duan Lingtian sat at the head and looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian still recognized him with a single glance. Being able to make those four old fellows crowd around like this, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious. It was surely the Ma clan's patriarch without a doubt. Patriarch Ma, now that I speak of it, I still have to thank you for the 10 million gold you gave me that day. I clearly remember Patriarch Ma's generosity. Duan Lingtian looked at the Ma clan's patriarch and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. But when this smile entered into the eyes of the Ma clan higher-ups, it was no different than a devil. What exactly do you want? The Ma clan's patriarch gnashed his teeth. Although it was my Ma clan that was in the wrong that day, the instigator is already dead after all. Not only that, my Ma clan even gave you 10 million gold because of this. Moreover, you've even obtained this mutated gold fur mouse from our Ma clan's auction house. You've obtained great benefits. What else do you want? Chapter 489. The Ma clan's patriarch looked at the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the burning sheen in his eyes seemed to have transformed into flames that could incinerate everything. It could be imagined. If their Ma clan were to obtain this third-level void prying stage gold fur mouse, their Ma clan would surely dominate Black Wind City. Patriarch Ma, your last words are slightly sour. At that time, little gold was taken out to be auctioned by your Ma clan's auction house, and it can only be said that your Ma clan members had eyes but failed to see, and that was why they allowed a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Whereas I had discerning eyes and didn't hesitate to pay a great price to bid for it. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Ma clan's patriarch, as he never imagined that the Ma clan's face would be so thick. Now, you have the nerve to say that I obtained a great benefit. Or perhaps, in the matter of little gold, you think I've taken advantage of your Ma clan? You. The Ma clan's patriarch couldn't help but be exasperated when he heard Duan Lingtian, yet he was speechless. After all, what the Ma clan's patriarch said wasn't wrong in the slightest. In this matter, it was indeed their Ma clan members that had eyes but failed to see, and they missed a variant gold fur mouse that could change the Ma clan's fate. Up until now, the Ma clan members still thought that the little gold mouse was only a gold fur mouse. The reason it grew so quickly was because it had undergone a mutation. They were completely unaware of the little gold mouse's true identity, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. After all, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was a demon beast of legend in the foreign lands. Even if it was in the foreign lands, not everyone had heard of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Young man, what exactly do you want? An old man behind the Ma clan's patriarch took a step forward and spoke with a low voice. This old man was precisely one of the Ma clan's supreme elders. All those years ago, this young man had a void prying stage expert following by his side, and they were extremely afraid. Today, although that void prying stage expert wasn't present, a void prying stage demon beast had appeared by the young man's side. Moreover, it was a third-level void prying stage demon beast, and it caused them to be even more afraid. What do I want? Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and couldn't help but laugh. I should be the one asking you this, right? I've already repaid everything that our Ma clan owes you. What do you intend to do by breaking into our Ma clan this time? The Ma clan patriarch asked in a deep voice. You've repaid everything you owe me? Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard the Ma clan's patriarch, then he came to a sudden understanding. Patriarch Ma, you ought to be talking about the death of the person in charge of your Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, and the 10 million gold, right? Humph. The Ma clan's patriarch snorted coldly and tacitly agreed. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Because of what happened at the Ma family auction house, what your Ma family owed me has indeed been repaid, just when the upper echelons of the Ma family secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly rose, and it contained a trace of coldness mixed within. But, I didn't come to your Ma clan today for the matter from that day. Since I took your Ma clan's money that day, I naturally wouldn't fuss about it. I came to your Ma clan to ask you to repay the debt that I owed you later. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian's gaze went completely cold, and his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's rage, and it stood up and bared its fangs and brandished its claws towards the Ma clan's upper echelons. In its hand, a spirit sword appeared out of thin air, along with origin energy flickering on the sword in its claws. Whoosh! In the sky above the little gold mouse, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. This scene caused the heartbeats of the Ma clan's upper echelons that were already slightly lacking in confidence to suddenly speed up. Demon beasts have spirit swords as well? This spirit sword assisted it to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon? All the Ma clan's upper echelons trembled with fear. Some with weaker hearts were terrified to the point they directly sat down on the ground, and their bodies shivered as cold sweat flowed out. Grade 5 spirit weapon. What concept was that? Even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed that only the few great powers that stood at the top possessed grade 5 spirit weapons, right? You. Who exactly are you? The Ma clan's patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face went ghastly pale and had a panicked expression. Able to give a demon beast a grade 5 spirit weapon. Would a person like this be an ordinary person? Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the Ma clan's patriarch was thinking, and he said indifferently, I presume all of you have thought of what you owe me, right? All of you are really capable. Originally, that matter had already ended, yet all of you still refused to let it go and even drew over Xia Guang's father, Xia Do, to me. Or perhaps, in all of your eyes, I would surely die at the hands of Xia Do, and would forever be unable to get even with all of you. Right. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his gaze swept past all the Ma clan higher-ups one by one. Every time his gaze descended onto a person, it would cause that person's face to be unable to refrain from going pale. The 4 old men behind the Ma clan's patriarch had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. They never imagined that this young man already knew of that matter. They originally thought that so long as Xia Do found this young man, then even if this young man knew that it was them who did something from behind, it would surely be impossible for the young man to get even with them. After all, Xia Do wouldn't let this young man off. But unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, Xia Do was actually unable to kill this young man. Or perhaps, Xia Do didn't even find this young man with great fanfare, and was noticed by this young man first. But no matter what, they knew that they were going to be struck with misfortune. You. What exactly do you want? The Ma clan's patriarch's face started to go ghastly pale as he asked with a low voice. What do I want? Duan Lingtian smiled, and he glanced deeply at the Ma clan's patriarch. That will depend on the sincerity of your Ma clan. If your sincerity isn't enough. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, and he glanced at the little gold mouse in his hand. Little gold, if the money they give isn't enough to buy meat for you to eat, then what do you think we should do? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse leaped up and stood in midair, then she waved the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand and gestured towards all the Ma clan higher-ups. This caused the expressions of all the Ma clan higher-ups to go pale. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the Ma clan, and a wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This time, he'd plundered an entire 100 million gold from the Ma clan. Of course, it was all in gold. Practically all the existing gold in the Ma clan had fallen into the hands of Duan Lingtian. Little gold, I'll properly reward you today. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse into a restaurant, and he specially ordered a table full of fried meat for the little gold mouse. The fried meat was of a variety, and its fragrance was oppressive. The little gold mouse ate until her stomach was round, and she lay on the table and burped ceaselessly. At this moment, the little gold mouse was round and extremely cute. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued eating. After Duan Lingtian finished eating as well, the veil of night gradually descended, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse to find an inn to stay at. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse cried out twice to Duan Lingtian. What? Little gold, are you planning to go look for the person that captured you that day? Duan Lingtian smiled. Go on, come back early. Squeak 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 tilde, but, although the little gold mouse nodded, she didn't have the intention of leaving. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, let's go together. Help me get some money to buy meat while you're at it. As the little gold mouse finished speaking, her jade green eyes flickered with an azure light. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard what the little gold mouse said. All right. I only hope that half-step void stage fellow isn't alone. If he's a member of the other two great clans of Blackwind City, then it would be great. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the inn. After searching for half the night, they finally locked onto their target. Huang clan. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the estate that occupied an area no less than the Ma clan estate. If he wasn't wrong, this ought to be the estate of one of the three great clans of Blackwind City, the Huang clan. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, looks like that fellow isn't alone. The little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, you must order another table of dishes for me tomorrow. Duan Lingtian was speechless. This little gold mouse spoke as if he'd abused it in the past. Duan Lingtian and Little Gold seemed as if they'd barged into the Ma clan and charged into the Huang clan. The Huang clan's reaction was more or less the same as the Ma clan. However, after Little Gold revealed a strength at the third level of the void prying stage, all the Huang clan higher-ups from the Patriarch were completely terrified. In the end, the half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan was pressured to come out as well. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse instantly cried out in rage when it saw this fellow. It's you. The half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan obviously recognized the little gold mouse, and for a moment, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. The infant gold fur mouse that didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under him that day actually possessed such a terrifying strength now? For a moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. But the facts proved that he wasn't dreaming, and everything before his eyes was real. All of you have seen it as well. This little friend of mine is extremely unhappy. That day, this supreme elder of your Huang clan made it suffer greatly. Duan Lingtian looked at the Huang clan higher-ups and grinned. Squeak squeak. As if it was cooperating with Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse cried out in rage. The cry contained origin energy, and it pierced the faces of some of the Huang clan higher-ups that were comparatively weaker to the point their bodies shivered. Then what do you want? The Huang clan's patriarch took a deep breath and asked. Patriarch Huang is a straightforward person as expected. Chapter 490. Compensation for mental damage? When they heard Duan Lingtian only wanted money, all the Huang clan higher-ups, including the Huang clan's patriarch, heaved a sigh of relief. As one of the three great clans of Blackwind City that was equally famous as the Ma clan, the Huang clan naturally possessed great wealth. But in next to no time, their expressions went grim. Only because Duan Lingtian asked for a few tens of millions of gold as soon as he opened his mouth. Isn't this a bit too much? The Huang clan's patriarch glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight hesitation. Whereas the Huang clan's supreme elder that captured the little gold mouse that day and put it up for auction in the Ma clan auction house had a livid expression. After all, even the money he obtained from auctioning the little gold mouse that day was only a few million gold. This young man asked for over 10 times the amount of gold he obtained from selling the little gold mouse the moment he opened his mouth. It was simply an exorbitant demand. Too much. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Patriarch Huang, I believe that your Huang clan is still able to take out this bit of money. Right, that Ma clan's patriarch was much more straightforward than you. He didn't say anything before handing over 100 million gold to me. Ma clan, 100 million gold? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the group of Huang clan members were dumbstruck. Patriarch Huang, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to consider. If you're unwilling, then if this little friend of mine impulsively does something, then it isn't a problem that can be solved with money. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a devilish smile. Squeak squeak tilde. Whereas the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder swayed the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand in a timely manner, as if she was saying to the Huang clan's patriarch, if you still don't give me the money, then I'll kill all of you. The corners of the Huang clan's patriarch's mouth twitched, and he could only compromise in the end. He didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words in the slightest. If he were to delay for 3 breaths, then this 3rd-level void prying stage demon beast would surely make a move against them. Clan leader Huang is indeed straightforward. After receiving the money, Duan Lingtian's face blossomed into a brilliant smile, then he glanced at the Huang clan's supreme elder. Elder, next time when you catch a ferocious beast, you better open your eyes wide and look carefully. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just you alone is enough to make the Huang clan go bankrupt. Duan Lingtian's words before he left made the Huang family's grand elder's face turn red. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight did he finally catch his breath. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The congested blood fell to the ground, as if it had transformed into a resplendent red rose, blooming on the ground. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Huang clan mansion, he was extremely happy. Now, in addition to the money given by the Huang clan, the gold in my possession has reached 200 million. Creak, creak tilde tilde. The little gold mouse cried out twice, then said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, don't forget my meat. Don't worry, so long as we eat in the restaurant in the future, I'll order a table full of meat for you. How about it? Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good, and he promised the little gold mouse. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian is the best. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with excitement. Presently, it was already deep into the night, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along to leave the Huang clan mansion, intending to return to the inn. All along the way, he couldn't see many people. Suddenly, 2 figures in the distance walked past Duan Lingtian with quick steps. Originally, it was nothing, but the light conversation of the 2 people instead attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Fourth brother, who's that woman called Wang Qiong? Boss Wu actually went out personally to capture her. Sha. Speak softly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. That woman has an expert with terrifying strength following by her side. If it wasn't for that guild leader Han giving so much money, Boss Wu wouldn't have taken the opportunity while that expert was in closed-door cultivation to take the risk to capture that woman. After all, once this matter was discovered by that expert, then it would be certain death. Although the voices of the 2 people were soft, it was still heard clearly by Duan Lingtian. Wang Qiong? Duan Lingtian frowned. He remembered that the wife of Big Brother Zhong he met in Phoenix Nest City that day was called Wang Qiong. An expert with terrifying strength by her side. She wouldn't be talking about Big Brother Zhong, right? Duan Lingtian gasped. Big Brother Zhong was the Zhong Shou Yong that Duan Lingtian met in Phoenix Nest City's Eternal Jade restaurant that day. Later on, Zhong Shou Yong and his wife sent him and Li Fei back to the 7-Star Sword sect before leaving. Let's follow them and take a look. Although he wasn't sure, Duan Lingtian still followed them. In the end, under the lead of the 2 people, Duan Lingtian flipped over a luxurious estate. This estate was a private estate, and the people that lived within it were either wealthy or respectable. Guild leader Han. Duan Lingtian hid outside the hall and heard the two of them exclaim respectfully towards a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. "You are." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes obviously didn't recognize the two of them. "Guild leader Han, who we are isn't important. What's important is that the matter you entrusted to Boss Wu has already been completed." One of the two people lightly smiled as he spoke. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Although the middle-aged man maintained his composure, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to notice that the middle-aged man's breathing had obviously become hurried. "This person is really careful," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Guild leader Han. There's a woman called Wang Qiong, and she's currently a guest in Boss Wu's estate." The other of the two said bluntly. "Really?" This time, the middle-aged man completely lost his composure, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. "Boss Wu really captured that bitch." "Yes." The expert beside that woman just happened to be in seclusion, so Boss Wu tricked her out and captured her. "Guild leader Han, Boss Wu asked us to find you, so as to avoid any trouble. We must do it cleanly before that expert finds out." One of the two said again. "Haha. Good. I'll go with you now." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes who was addressed as Guild Master Han laughed loudly and left the hall with the two of them, leaving his private mansion. Duan Lingtian continued to follow. "It shouldn't be sister-in-law, right?" Duan Lingtian frowned. Logically speaking, Wang Qiong shouldn't have any enmity with the people of Blackwind City. He knew Wang Qiong's character. Perhaps it was someone with the same name. Coincidentally, this Wang Qiong also had an expert by her side. However, for safety's sake, Duan Lingtian still followed them. If this Wang Qiong was really Big Brother Zhong's wife, his sister-in-law, and he missed it because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. Duan Lingtian followed the three of them and quickly arrived at the other side of Blackwind City, in an inconspicuous mansion. This mansion was extremely remote. If not for the three of them leading the way, Duan Lingtian might not have been able to find this place. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes followed the other two into the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard, there was a separate house with a dog guarding outside. Woof woof tilde. When the dog saw the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, it barked as if it was in heat. "Wang Cai, don't bark. We're on the same side." The two people in the lead quickly comforted the dog, causing it to temporarily calm down. "Guild leader Han, Boss Wu is inside. Please." The two of them escorted the middle-aged man into the house and closed the door behind them. Duan Lingtian followed into the rear courtyard, and when he saw the mutt look over, at the instant it opened its mouth and was about to bark, his spiritual force swept out, and he used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to construct an illusory space. He let the dog fall asleep like a dead pig. "Pa." Suddenly, a crisp slap came from the house, followed by the voice of Guild leader Han. "Wang Qiong, you slut, to think that you would have such a day. I let you be proud, I let you steal my business. Today, I want to see how the person beside you will save you. Pa, 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 pa." The crisp sound of slapping rang out continuously. "Han Jianan, you're despicable. You're not my match in business, and you actually used such a despicable method to deal with me. To think that you're the president of the Valley Chamber of Commerce branch. You've really embarrassed the Valley Chamber of Commerce." A crisp and pleasant voice sounded out at the right time. It was impossible to tell if it was happy or angry. "Humph. So what if I use my methods? Who asked me, Han Jianan, to have so many friends? This brother Wu Ji is a good friend of mine. So what if the person by your side is strong? Didn't you still fall into the hands of brother Wu Ji in the end?" Han Jianan grunted coldly, and his tone was arrogant. "Today, I'll kill you. Slut, you're not worthy to go against me. Sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian felt the female voice was slightly familiar when he heard it, and he finally recalled it after a short moment. That voice was precisely the voice of his big brother Zhong Shouyong's wife, Wang Qiong. "Stay your hand." Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate as he shouted out explosively, and then his entire body was like a cannonball as he smashed open the door and charged into the house. This was an independent torture room. At the center of the torture room was a torture pillar with a woman tied to it. Although the woman had a sorry state, she still didn't lower her head, and the tenacity on her face caused even men to feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was precisely Wang Qiong, Zhong Shouyong's wife, sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the bruises on the woman's face, and he shouted coldly, "Little gold!" Instantly, little gold that was on Duan Lingtian's shoulder transformed into a golden light that shot out and bit off the rope that bound Wang Qiong, allowing Wang Qiong to regain her freedom. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Qiong originally thought that a great calamity was about to befall her, but who knew that a person would suddenly appear to save her? The person that saved her was someone she knew. "Kid, who are you? Why don't you inquire about who I, Blood Leopard Wu Ji, am?" In this tiny piece of land of Black Wind City, even the members of the 3 great clans don't dare rashly offend me. Since you've come today, then don't leave. A robust middle-aged man with half his arm bare and a blood leopard tattoo on it spoke to Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. Han Jianan, who wore embroidered clothes, was currently looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian sneered. A half-step void stage martial artist dared to speak nonsense in front of him? "Blood leopard? Today, I'll turn you into a dead leopard." Right at this moment, a hoarse voice that was filled with ruthlessness instantly swept in from outside the room and filled the entire room. Chapter 491. Practically at the instant the voice entered into the room, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of trembling come from the ground, and the frequency grew faster and faster, as if the earth was quaking. What a formidable earth concept! Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and he revealed astonishment. In front of him, a tall figure appeared. This was a grey-clothed young man. The young man's expression was gloomy like water, and his eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. There seemed to be strands of earthen yellow halos flashing about on the surface of his body, and they emitted an extremely strange aura. "Brother Yong." Wang Qiong revealed a wisp of an apologetic expression when she saw the grey-clothed young man appear. She was careless and caused her husband to be worried. "Big brother Zhong." The person that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the Zhong Shouyong he'd gotten acquainted with in the ancient city of Everlast, the young man with extraordinary strength. He was only a little over 30 years old, yet his cultivation had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Void initiation stage. Moreover, he'd even comprehended 3rd-level Earth concept. Moreover, he possessed a Grade 5 spirit weapon wine gourd. "You. How did you find this place?" "No. It's impossible." Wu Ji seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Zhong Shouyong, and his face was ghastly pale to the extreme. In his eyes, Zhong Shouyong was an existence at the void prying stage or above, and he wasn't someone he could go against. This time, he dared capture Wang Qiong because he was sure Zhong Shouyong was in closed-door cultivation, and he was confident he could conceal Wang Qiong before alarming Zhong Shouyong. But now, all of this seemed to not be carried out according to the plan in his heart. Where exactly did I go wrong? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It's you." Han Jianan's body trembled when he saw Zhong Shouyong, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. It was as if Zhong Shouyong was the judge that controlled life and death, and Zhong Shouyong could judge his life and death at any time and place. Han Jianan. Zhong Shouyong's face sank, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice. "I warned you the last time. The matters between trading companies should be dealt with like in business. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. If I knew you were so audacious, I shouldn't have listened to my wife and spared you. I should have killed you that day. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Han Jianan was so scared that he trembled and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Soon, the smell of urine filled the air. It was Han Jianan who was so scared that he wet his pants and peed all over the ground. This scene made Duan Lingtian speechless. This Han Jianan was the president of a branch of the Chamber of Commerce. How could he be such an idiot? Creak, creak tilde tilde the little golden mouse, who was standing on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, called out twice. There was a hint of a smile in its green eyes. It was as if they were mocking Han Jianan. "Killing you would only dirty my hands. Zhong Shouyong glanced at Han Zhenan with disgust. Soon after, he lifted his right foot and slowly put it down. Boom! As Zhong Shouyong stomped his foot down, his origin energy surged, and an earthen yellow earth chi rose up, merging with the earth. The next moment, catcher, catcher, catcher. Ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking rang out one after another. Amidst the sounds were Han Zhenan's shrill cries that were filled with extreme pain. Han Zhenan's shrill cries continued for an entire 15 minutes before stopping. Whereas Han Zhenan's body that trembled without end had finally stopped trembling and crashed onto the ground, smashing into a pile of mush. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. This has the same effect as my quake energy. However, Big Brother Zhong used the combination of origin energy and earth concept to shatter Han Zhenan's bones in one go. Big Brother Zhong's earth concept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky above Zhong Shouyong. There were 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes there, and the enormous silhouettes were forcefully squeezed together by the narrow room. The strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian was astounded. When he observed carefully, he noticed that amongst the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 6 of them were separated from the other 5 by a distance. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. 5th level Earth concept. Duan Lingtian gasped. Never had he imagined that when he met Zhong Shouyong once more, Zhong Shouyong actually possessed such a terrifying strength. He still remembered that when he just met Zhong Shouyong that day, Zhong Shouyong was only a 2nd level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he'd only comprehended 3rd level Earth concept. But even then, he was shocked by Zhong Shouyong's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao. After all, Zhong Shouyong was only a little over 30 years old. Now, the strength Zhong Shouyong revealed when torturing Han Zhenan in rage had once again shocked Duan Lingtian. Han Zhenan was tortured for an entire 15 minutes by Zhong Shouyong's formidable origin energy combined with his 5th level Earth concept before dying, and he died extremely miserably. Void Initiation stage. The nearby Wu Ji and the other 2 people that brought Han Zhenan over had finally recovered from their shock, and their bodies started trembling intensely as they looked at the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They'd only heard of it and had never seen it. If it was at any other time, perhaps they would feel that their horizons were broadened when they saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes with their own 2 eyes. But at this moment, they didn't have such thoughts. Spare us, Lord. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. When they saw Zhong Shouyong looking over, the 2 people by Wu Ji's side knelt on the ground with a bang, and their voices trembled as they were terrified to the extreme. Presently, they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a person that didn't utilize a spirit weapon and was able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons, it was impossible for them to escape even if they had 10 legs. Now, they only hoped that this expert would be merciful and let them live. Zhong Shouyong didn't even spare a glance at the 2 of them, and his gaze directly descended onto Wu Ji as he said with a low voice, "Wu Ji, you're quite bold to even dare touch my woman." Wu Ji took a deep breath. Perhaps he knew that he was facing imminent calamity and it was impossible for him to obtain the forgiveness of Chen Shi, so he completely let go and didn't have any scruples. I, Wu Ji, have roamed freely throughout my life, and being able to fall at the hands of a Void Initiation stage expert today can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhong Shouyong's cold and indifferent voice seemed as if it sounded out from an icy pit, and it contained extreme icy coldness mixed within. Subsequently, Zhong Shouyong raised his leg once more before abruptly stomping it down. Bang! Terrifying origin energy roared as it accompanied his 5th level Earth concept to sweep out and surge towards Wu Ji. Instantly, Wu Ji's body trembled as his face flushed red, and he endured the pain as he let out a muffled groan. Right at this moment, a wave of bone-shattering sounds sounded out, and it was clear and ear-piercing, causing one to shudder with fear just from hearing it. 8. Even though Wu Ji was unyielding, he still couldn't help but let out a shrill cry when his legs were shattered, and his countenance was ghastly pale. Bang! The bones of his legs were shattered into powder, and the lower half of Wu Ji's body transformed into a pool of mud with a bang. His upper half pressed down on this pool of mud, and his face was warped and savage as he was in extreme pain. Zhong Shou-yong seemed to have the intention of torturing Wu Ji, and he'd intentionally withdrawn his origin energy and fifth-level earth concept at this moment. Right at this moment, a strand of resolution flashed abruptly within Wu Ji's eyes that were wide open. Along with a raise of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Swish! Wu Ji didn't attack the others, and he held the spirit sword as he swiped it towards his own neck, as he wanted to commit suicide to seek release. You want to die? It's not so easy. Zhong Shou-yong's indifferent voice sounded out, and the spirit sword in Wu Ji's hand was directly blasted away by a formidable force, causing it to fall to the ground with a clang. Wu Ji's warped and savage face had an extremely unsightly expression. Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, origin energy coiled around his fifth-level earth concept, and it whistled out to shatter Wu Ji's arms before Wu Ji raised his hand to strike the top of his head to commit suicide. 8. Wu Ji's shrill cry sounded out once more, and it was exceedingly miserable and caused one to shudder with fear. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse that had calm expressions and didn't have any changes in their expressions, Wang Chong's face had already turned pale. Wang Chong's face paled. She had never seen such a scene before. As for the two people that knelt on the ground, they were terrified to the point they followed in Han Jian'an's footsteps and wet their pants. For a time, the entire house was filled with the smell of urine. Just like how Ku-er and little Fei-er are my reverse scale. Sister-in-law is also Big Brother Zhong's reverse scale. Duan Lingtian was able to understand Zhong Shou-yong's current feelings. If Wang Qiong was replaced by Ke or little Fei, then Han Jianan and Wu Ji would only be in an even more miserable state. As the king of mercenaries in his previous life, Duan Lingtian's methods of torment were far from something Zhong Shou-yong could compare to. Brother Yong, kill him. In the end, Wang Qiong couldn't bear to do so. Zhong Shou-yong's ruthless face revealed a rare wisp of gentleness when he heard Wang Qiong, and then his gaze went cold as he raised his hand and condensed a palm print that blasted down. Consider yourself lucky. Along with Zhong Shou-yong's cold and indifferent voice sounding out, Wu Ji's head was blasted apart by his palm, and the brain matter that splattered out splashed onto the faces of the two people that knelt at the side. The two of them instantly cried out loudly, "Spare our lives, Lord. We're only errand boys. Spare our lives, spare our lives." But, how could Zhong Shou-yong, who was enraged to the extreme, let them off? Along with Zhong Shou-yong's hand descending, the two people that knelt on the ground followed in the footsteps of Han Jianan and Wu Ji, and were deader than dead. "Qiong, are you all right?" Zhong Shou-yong's figure flashed to arrive by Wang Qiong's side, and he asked in a light voice. Zhong Shou-yong, who was like a malefic star earlier, was completely gentle like water at this moment, and compared to before, he was simply like a completely different person. "I'm fine." Wang Qiong lightly shook her head, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Brother Lingtian appeared in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life at the hands of Han Jianan before Brother Yong arrived. Earlier, it was precisely Duan Lingtian that appeared in time and delayed for some time. Otherwise, Han Jianan would have succeeded long ago and killed Wang Qiong. "Brother Lingtian, thank you." Zhong Shou-yong looked at Duan Lingtian with a grateful expression. In this world, the most important person to him was undoubtedly his wife, Wang Qiong. Chapter 492. Big Brother Zhong, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then asked curiously, "Big Brother Zhong, why are you and sister-in-law in Blackwind City? Besides that, why would sister-in-law incur enmity with a despicable person like Han Jianan? Let's leave first." Zhong Shou-yong glanced at the 3 pools of urine on the ground and frowned, then his brows relaxed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "All right." Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left with Zhong Shou-yong and his wife, then followed Zhong Shou-yong and his wife back to the courtyard they stayed in. Guild Master. At the entrance of the courtyard, 2 middle-aged men that stood guard there respectfully bowed to Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong lightly nodded. "Guild Master?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and followed behind Zhong Shouyong and his wife to walk into a spacious courtyard. There was a spacious room within the courtyard, and it was obviously the residence of Zhong Shouyong and his wife. All along the way, the servant girls and servants they occasionally encountered on the way all respectfully addressed Wang Qiong as guild master. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Lingtian, Zhong Shouyong, and Wang Qiong sat around the stone table. Big brother Zhong, why did those people address sister-in-law as guild master? Could it be that sister-in-law has joined the trading company of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and has even become the person in charge of that trading company in Blackwind City? Duan Lingtian guessed. Zhong Shouyong smiled. Brother Lingtian, you're really smart, you guessed it right. Exactly, Qiong is now the person in charge of the Floating Cloud Trading Company's branch in Blackwind City. As for that Han Jian, he's the person in charge of another trading company in Blackwind City. When he spoke up to hear, Zhong Shouyong paused for a moment before continuing. Since Qiong became the person in charge of the Floating Cloud Trading Company in Blackwind City, Han Jian has been suppressed by Qiong at all times. So he's always hated Qiong to the extreme. Last time, he'd already sent people to look for trouble with us, and I sent them away. But I never imagined that he'd be so audacious to dare collude with others to capture Qiong. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Sister-in-law is able to surpass Han Jianan in every aspect. You must be very talented and resourceful in business. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Qiong with slight surprise. Brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. The clan that Qiong was born in was founded on business. Qiong followed my father-in-law everywhere since she was young and learned a lot of the ways of business. Now, it can be considered to be of use. As Zhong Shouyong spoke, he looked at Wang Qiong lovingly. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Oh right, brother Lingtian, why are you in Blackwind City? I heard that the Seven-Star Sword sect. Zhong Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated. Only now did he recall the news of the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated that he'd heard a few days ago. At that time, he and Wang Qiong broke out in cold sweat for the sake of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, who were in the Seven-Star Sword sect. Exactly, the Seven-Star Sword sect doesn't exist any longer. Duan Lingtian nodded. Where's my little sister Fei? How is she? Wang Qiong reacted to Zhong Shouyong's reminder and asked with a concerned expression. She didn't care about the life and death of the other people in the Seven-Star Sword sect. What she cared about was the Duan Lingtian and Li Fei that she was familiar with. Duan Lingtian was safe and sound now, and she couldn't help but be worried about Li Fei's safety. Don't worry, sister-in-law, little Fei is fine. She just happened to not be in the Seven-Star Sword sect at that time. Duan Lingtian forced out a laugh. Now that he heard Zhong Shouyong mention the Seven-Star Sword sect, he couldn't help but recall the scene when the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Those scenes were unforgettable to him in his entire lifetime. Brother Lingtian, did you come to Blackwind City for something? Zhong Shouyong saw Duan Lingtian's current expression and guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts, and he hurriedly changed the topic. It's nothing. I'm just passing by. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, what plans do you have in the future? Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted when he heard this, and he said slowly, I plan to walk around and make a name for myself in this year. I must rush to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City a year later and enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they'd obviously never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Brother Lingtian, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is? Zhong Shouyong asked curiously. It's an academy set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the selections for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It will gather most of the young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year from now, and the selections will be held 2 years from now. The strongest few people will be left behind to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to participate in the next round of selections. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised in the slightest that Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong didn't know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, this matter had probably not spread completely yet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian introduced the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in detail to Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong. He was able to notice that Zhong Shouyong's gaze had lit up many times. Obviously, Zhong Shouyong was extremely interested in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big brother Zhong, with your age, you completely satisfy the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, with your natural talent and strength, it isn't difficult for you to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence towards Zhong Shouyong's strength. Presently, Zhong Shouyong was already a 4th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he'd even comprehended 5th-level Earth concept. With Zhong Shouyong's natural talent, his strength would surely be even stronger 5 years later. Although he didn't know of Zhong Shouyong's origins, he was faintly able to guess that the clan Zhong Shouyong had mentioned in the past was probably a clan in the Dark Han dynasty. Perhaps, only a clan in the Dark Han dynasty was capable of fostering a genius in the martial Dao like Zhong Shouyong. Zhong Shouyong nodded, then glanced at Wang Qiong before saying, "Leave it to fate." Obviously, he was taking Wang Qiong into consideration. Duan Lingtian perceived this as well, and he didn't say anything further before bidding his farewells. "Big brother Zhong, sister-in-law, I'm leaving Blackwind City early in the morning tomorrow. Let's part ways here." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian stood up. Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong nodded and sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. After Duan Lingtian left, the atmosphere between Zhong Shouyong and Wang Qiong became slightly silent. After a short moment, Wang Qiong said, "Big brother Yong, this is a good opportunity for you. I know that you've always yearned for the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. This time, you finally have an opportunity, you must not miss it." Zhong Shouyong sighed. "What about you? I won't separate from you no matter what." Wang Qiong smiled. "I'll always be by your side." Zhong Shouyong's body trembled slightly when he heard this, and then he nodded. "There's no rush. There's still 4 years of time anyway." If Duan Lingtian heard what Zhong Shouyong said now, he would surely be able to confirm Zhong Shouyong's origins with 100% certainty. 4 years. 5 years from now was the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Whereas 4 years from now was the day all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty competed with the young geniuses of the various empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the Dark Han dynasty. Obviously, Zhong Shouyong was waiting for the competition between the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. At that time, they would directly compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. After Duan Lingtian left the floating cloud commerce's branch with the little gold mouse, he returned to the inn. Early in the morning of the next day, he woke up naturally from his sleep, and he brought the little gold mouse to a restaurant to have a good meal before leaving Blackwind City. After leaving Blackwind City, Duan Lingtian headed east of Blackwind City. All along the way, he cultivated and tempered himself. If it wasn't necessary, he prohibited the little gold mouse from making a move. Under his hard work, the returns were extremely great. Time flew by. 3 months later, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. 8 months later, he'd successfully broken through to the half-step void stage. 11 months later, his cultivation had arrived at the peak of the half-step void stage, and he was only a step away from the void prying stage. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, at the peak of a precipitous mountain not far from the Imperial City. A violet-colored figure sat cross-legged there. This was a violet-clothed young man with a tall figure. He had slanted brows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. Presently, strands of white-colored origin energy occasionally raged out from the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was accompanied by strands of light azure-colored energy that flickered with an extremely strange aura. Squeak squeak tilde on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man, a fluffy little gold mouse was raising its head to look around, and it seemed to be vigilant. In its hand, it seemed to be playing with a spirit sword. Suddenly, The violet-clothed young man woke up. It's about time. The violet-clothed young man opened his eyes that were like dazzling stars, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Only a drop of Monkey King wine is sufficient to allow me to directly break through to the void prying stage. After cultivating for many days, I've finally accumulated my origin energy to the limit. This violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian, who'd left Blackwind City 11 months ago. During these 11 months of time, relying on his pitilessly monstrous natural talent, his gains were extremely great. Of course, it was mainly the gains in his cultivation. Presently, his cultivation had already risen to the limit of the half-step void stage, and he was half a step into the void prying stage. He was only a strand away from smoothly breaking through. However, even if it was only a strand, if he didn't have the help of external forces, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time. Just like the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was no lack of existences that were half a step into the void prying stage, but because of this strand of difference, they might have no fate with the void prying stage for their entire lifetimes. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have to worry. Although with his natural talent, even if he relied on his own hard work, he would be able to smoothly break through to the void prying stage sooner or later. But now that there was a shortcut to take, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Monkey King wine. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out a drop of Monkey King wine. The Monkey King wine was precisely what he'd obtained in the Hungduan mountain range outside the southern barbaric city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, and it was given to him by the great Monkey King of the group of stone monkeys. The Monkey King wine had the medicinal strength of the Void Advancement Pill, yet it didn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill. Chapter 493. Squeak Squeak Tilda Duan Lingtian had only just taken out the Monkey King wine when the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder cried out excitedly. Obviously, it was filled with interest towards the Monkey King wine. Big brother Lingtian, what wine is this? Only the fragrance of the wine has caused the origin energy in my body to become restless. The little gold mouse stared eagerly at the drop of Monkey King wine in Duan Lingtian's hand as it asked via voice transmission. You little fellow. Open your mouth. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then with a raise of his hand, he directly shot the drop of Monkey King wine into the little gold mouse's mouth. Instantly, the little gold mouse shuddered, then lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder before closing her jade-green eyes and starting to cultivate. She was digesting the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw the little gold mouse immersed in cultivation, then he withdrew another drop of Monkey King wine and swallowed it. Instantly, the overbearing medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine started to wreak havoc within Duan Lingtian's body, desiring to strengthen Duan Lingtian's origin energy. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the half-step void stage. Now, it had even been accumulated to the limit by Duan Lingtian. So, at the same time that the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine strengthened Duan Lingtian's origin energy, it also urged the transformation of the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body to a certain extent. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WRM Form. The Lightning WRM form was the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, and it was a cultivation method that corresponded to the void prying stage. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the half-step void stage, the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Wind WRM form, had already been cultivated to the limit. If he wanted to improve it again, then he must cultivate the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Lightning WRM form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating the mental cultivation method of the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the origin energy in his body started to intensely tremble, and it even showed signs of collapsing. Of course, it wasn't a true breakdown. As the saying goes, a phoenix reborn from the ashes and reborn from the ashes. Duan Lingtian's elemental energy was also undergoing a similar transformation. Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation. The mental cultivation method of the Lightning Flood Dragon transformation was constantly circulating. He did not know how much time had passed. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like years had passed. Finally, Under the influence of the Monkey King wine, the origin energy in his body began to tremble. In the end, it underwent a qualitative change. The elemental energy that had undergone a qualitative change continuously flowed into Duan Lingtian's Dantian. At the center of Duan Lingtian's Dantian, the nascent soul that was condensed from origin energy suddenly expanded and became slightly illusory at the same time, void prying stay. When he looked at the nascent soul that had enlarged and become illusory, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd broken through to the void prying stage. The void prying stage was the first stage of the void stage, and it belonged to the entry stage. There were 4 great stages of the void stage, and every stage had a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The difference in strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon and 2,000 ancient mammoths by relying solely on origin energy. Whereas a 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons by relying solely on origin energy. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoth. Of course, the further one progressed, the greater the gap became. "I've finally broken through." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed within his eyes, and it was like a shooting star that flashed by. What a formidable strength! Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fist, and his origin energy jumped about as he could feel the surging strength contained within it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, 2011 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly condensed into form. When an ordinary 1st-level void prying stage martial artist only used origin energy, their strength was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoth. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. This was the patent that the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique granted to him in the past. However, along with the increase of his strength, the effect of this patent grew smaller and smaller. After all, before the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 11 ancient mammoths seemed to be insignificant. My spiritual force. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started inspecting his spiritual force. In the end, Duan Lingtian helplessly noticed that his spiritual force actually didn't increase in the slightest. It was still the same as before, only at the 1st level of the void prying stage. "It's waiting for my cultivation to synchronize with it." Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that along with his breakthrough to the void prying stage, his spiritual force would have a breakthrough as well. Unexpectedly, his spiritual force had always been on the spot. 1 year ago, he was only a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his spiritual force was at the 1st level of the void prying stage. Now, he'd broken through to the 1st level of the void prying stage, but his spiritual force was still at the 1st level of the void prying stage. Looks like spiritual force that isn't improved by consuming spirit fruits that increase spiritual force won't increase stably along with the advancement of one's cultivation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only make wild guesses himself. After all, he was in such a situation now. Never mind. Even if my spiritual force didn't increase, my cultivation has increased to the 1st level of the void prying stage after all, and it can be considered to be a good thing. Perhaps I'm still too greedy. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian relaxed his mentality and didn't fuss about it anymore. Presently, my spiritual force and cultivation have synchronized. In the future, so long as my cultivation increases, my spiritual force will increase correspondingly. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he wanted to continue advancing towards a higher level even more. But he knew as well that he'd only just broken through to the 1st level of the void prying stage now, and his foundation was unstable, let alone charging towards a higher level of cultivation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation has arrived so quickly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and a thought abruptly emerged within his mind. This was the sign of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Every human or demon beast that had just broken through to the void prying stage would have to experience this moment. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't surprised by this. Around 10 days. During this period of time, I'll properly prepare to welcome the baptism of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. My tempest point still needs to rely on it. Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up, and his fierce gaze looked towards the distance. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, an enormous city that stood there for a long time appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a demon beast that had been in deep slumber for a long time and would awaken at any moment. That place was precisely the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There's still some time, and it's just nice that I can head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy after overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out and abruptly flashed towards the distance. Whirlwind. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a swift gale that swept through the clouds and mist on the peak of this mountain to the point of roiling. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pointed out with a raise of his hand. The origin energy within it condensed and flickered with strands of azure-colored energy, and its might was shocking. Whoosh! In next to no time, a milky white beam of light shot out from the tip of the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out, and the azure-colored energy coiled around it like a small azure snake that accompanied the white beam of light as it shot out. Bang! The white beam of light shot onto an enormous rock at the side of the mountain peak, and the small azure snake swept out, causing the enormous rock to shatter into pieces, causing shattered rocks to flutter in the air and dust to suffuse the air. Presently, I've grasped wind force, yet I know nothing about lightning force. This tempest point hasn't even stepped into the initial stage. But, tempest point is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill after all. Even if it hasn't stepped into the initial stage, once wind force is fused into it, its might is far from something that Dragon's finishing touch can compare to. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill, and it was a set of martial skills that came along with the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning WRM form. It stressed upon utilizing wind force and lightning force to complement each other to execute a formidable attack. Tempest Point caused gods and ghosts to wail. This was the Samsara Emperor Wu's annotation towards Tempest Point. Wind is adept in speed, and its attacks are swift and fierce. Although the speed of lightning is inferior to wind, it isn't much inferior. Moreover, the explosive force of lightning is far stronger than wind. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. A martial skill that complemented each other with wind and lightning was obvious, and its might would surely be extremely shocking. Presently, I can be considered to have preliminarily comprehended half-step advanced wind force. Whereas, I haven't even touched the surface of lightning force. I only hope that when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I'll be able to rely on the energy of the tribulation lightning to comprehend lightning force. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still cultivating on his shoulder. He still remembered that when the little gold mouse overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that day, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning was directly swallowed by her. Not only that, she'd even relied on the energy of the tribulation lightning to successfully comprehend lightning force. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary lightning force, but a half-step advanced lightning force. Whereas now, the little gold mouse had relied on the natural talent of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan to perfectly comprehend advanced lightning force, and her comprehension of lightning force could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage. Of course, after advanced lightning force, there was still lightning concept. That was what the little gold mouse needed to rely on the advanced lightning force to comprehend now. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I don't have to swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold. Of course, even if I wanted to swallow it, I don't have the ability. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if he dared open his mouth and swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold, then the one that suffered misfortune would absolutely be him. The tribulation lightning wasn't something that anyone could swallow. Presently, I've comprehended half-step advanced wind force, and whirlwind can be considered to have officially stepped into the mastery stage. Once I comprehend advanced wind force, I can be considered to have cultivated whirlwind to the perfection stage. As Duan Lingtian thought, his figure flashed out like a gale that ceaselessly swept past. For a time, Dust suffused the peak of the mountain as the clouds and mist dispersed. 9 days later. It's finally here. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the horizon. The clouds and mist in the horizon were ceaselessly being compressed before finally transforming into a ceaselessly revolving vortex. Chapter 494. At the center of the vortex that was squeezed from the clouds and mist that covered the sky, a ball of dark clouds was ceaselessly brewing and roiling. Hiss, 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 hiss. Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly raged, and it was like numerous little snakes that were dancing about, dazzling and resplendent. But Duan Lingtian didn't have the mood to pay attention to all this now. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that blew towards the horizon. Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky, and his movements were skilled without the slightest jerkiness. If it was an ordinary martial artist that had just broken through to the void prying stage, the martial artist would at least need to familiarize himself with flying for a period of time before being able to fly. But Duan Lingtian was different. Duan Lingtian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so he was extremely familiar with the technique of flying. He easily floated in the sky, and he utterly didn't seem like a martial artist that had just broken through to the void prying stage. Now that little gold is here as well, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation will descend with 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. I wonder if I'll be able to smoothly comprehend half-step advanced lightning force by relying on 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and the violet-colored lightning within the dark clouds had brewed to the limit, and the first bolt of tribulation lightning would descend at any moment. Duan Lingtian's ambition was extremely great. He wanted to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force in one go, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the fifth form of the 9 Dragon War Sovereign technique, the Lightning WM form, so long as he utilized wind force to execute the Tempest Point to resist the tribulation lightning, he would be able to rely on it to comprehend lightning force. According to the deductions of Samsara Emperor Wu, he would at most comprehend elementary lightning force. Presently, the little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she cultivated. Although she hadn't awakened, because she hadn't left Duan Lingtian by 100 meters, every time the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended, it would duplicate an additional bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian intended to withstand the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse as well. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian's idea was crazy. Finally, in the dark clouds on the horizon, the lightning accumulated to the limit and condensed into a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm. Boom! The lightning struck down from the sky, carrying with it an astonishing power. It was aimed directly at Duan Lingtian. It was the first lightning tribulation. In practically the blink of an eye, another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and the target of this bolt of tribulation lightning was the little gold mouse that was cultivating on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he fearlessly stepped forward. Tempest finger. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed out with his finger, his strength exploding. Whoosh! The milky white elemental energy beam condensed together and shot out with a whistling sound. His target was the lightning tribulation that was descending first. The surroundings of the elemental energy beam were coiled with strands of azure-colored energy, and they were like numerous little azure-colored snakes that were swimming about. It was precisely the half-step advanced wind force that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. After he pointed out with his finger, Duan Lingtian was dissatisfied with being negligent. Tempest finger. He pointed out with his finger once more, and the same elemental energy beam pierced towards the other bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 enormous bangs sounded out in practically an instant, and it was the incomplete tempest finger executed by Duan Lingtian that easily destroyed the 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and he looked at the horizon with a solemn expression. Although he'd easily stopped the first bolt of tribulation lightning, he knew that the truly formidable lightning tribulation was still behind. He'd witnessed the little gold mouse overcoming the tribulation with his own 2 eyes that day. Bang! In next to no time, The second bolt of tribulation lightning condensed into form and descended with a bang. Bang! Another bolt of tribulation lightning with a similar might followed closely behind. Another 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, one headed straight for Duan Lingtian, and the other headed straight for the little gold mouse. But the little gold mouse was still cultivating now, and only Duan Lingtian could rely on himself to forcefully resist these 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Swish! Swish! He pointed out with 2 fingers once more, and the milky white beam of light that was coiled by wind force shot out through the tempest finger executed by Duan Lingtian to intercept the 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 bolts of tribulation lightning were destroyed once more. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood roil. The strength of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning is extremely strong as expected. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to look up at the sky. He was waiting for the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had a certain amount of gains from successively withstanding 4 bolts of tribulation lightning. Every time he executed the tempest finger and pointed towards the bolt of tribulation lightning, he could clearly feel the changes in the lightning within the tribulation lightning. Lightning, violent, raging, and possessed shocking might. Bang! The 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning arrived as scheduled. Bang! Behind it, another bolt of tribulation lightning tailed over. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Tempest finger. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the beam of origin energy that was coiled by wind force instantly swept towards the bolt of tribulation lightning in the lead. Bang! The bolt of tribulation lightning and the beam of origin energy exploded at almost the exact same time, then transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's internal organs trembled, and he felt his vital energy and blood roil. The might of the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning is actually so strong. When he saw another bolt of tribulation lightning flashing over from behind, and it was temporarily impossible for him to execute a second tempest finger, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he'd transformed into a gale, and it was even more like he was racing with that bolt of tribulation lightning. But, even though his speed was swift, the speed of the tribulation lightning was swifter. However, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to pull apart the distance between him and the tribulation lightning, because he knew that it wasn't realistic. The reason he chose to dodge was only for the sake of catching his breath. After all, after he executed Tempest Finger to forcefully resist the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning, the origin energy within his body had collapsed, and it was difficult for him to gather it in a short period of time, making it difficult for him to condense it to execute Tempest Finger once more. Whereas now, he'd caught his breath. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around and pointed out with his finger, causing piercing howls to explode out as the airflow in the air moved rhythmically to split into 2. Swish! A beam of origin energy that contained half-step advanced wind force shot out and fiercely collided with the bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood roil once more, this bolt of tribulation lightning that pursued the little gold mouse was finally resisted by him. Right at this moment. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderclaps sounded out one after the other as they descended from the horizon. The 4th bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a bang. This time, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and successfully resisted 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. But even then, he still suffered a light injury. Fortunately, his injuries weren't heavy, and after he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Lightning, Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and before the appearance of the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning, he'd comprehended something. Earlier, he'd successively resisted numerous bolts of tribulation lightning, and especially when he used Tempest Finger to collide head-on with the tribulation lightning. To a certain extent, it allowed Duan Lingtian to have a clear understanding of the characteristics of lightning. Hiss! With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, besides the fierce wind force, there was actually an additional strand of unstable violet-colored energy on the origin energy that jumped about on the tip of his finger. Lightning Force Seed! Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, as he knew that he'd already taken the first step. The lightning force seed was the foundation of lightning force. Comprehending the lightning force seed also meant that he would soon be able to truly comprehend lightning force. The fifth bolt of tribulation lightning. Come. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky with an expression of anticipation. He believed that now that he'd comprehended the lightning force seed, so long as he continued to come into close contact with the tribulation lightning, he would surely be able to comprehend true lightning force. This was something he was extremely confident of. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two terrifying sounds of thunder descending, the thick lightning bolts crashed down like two meteors falling from the horizon. Tempest finger. Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to intercept the first bolt of tribulation lightning, and he pointed out with his finger. Swish! This time, besides the fierce azure-colored energy coiled around the origin energy beam that shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, there was an additional strand of light violet-colored energy, and it was precisely the lightning force seed. Duan Lingtian had a feeling. The tempest finger he executed now couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Right now, the wind and lightning finger had both wind force and lightning force. Even though the latter was only a lightning force seed, it was sufficient to allow the tempest finger to advance to a new level. So long as the lightning force seed is able to transform into true lightning force, then my tempest finger will officially step into the initial stage. At the same time that Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, he thought in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the origin energy beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger. The tempest finger that had just taken form collided with the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning and emitted an enormous bang. The airflow in the air flashed as the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Pu. At the instant the tempest finger collided with the tribulation lightning, the violent energy contained within the tribulation lightning shook Duan Lingtian's internal organs to the point of trembling, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian's injuries weren't light. Bang! Right when Duan Lingtian's body was on the verge of collapse, another bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse descended. This bolt of tribulation lightning was copied from the foundation of the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and its might was extremely strong. For a time, not to mention condensing his origin energy once more, Duan Lingtian, who was heavily injured at this moment, was even slightly unable to catch his breath. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and wanted to execute his movement technique to dodge. But, even with the assistance of half-step advanced wind force, the speed of his scattered origin energy was far inferior to this bolt of tribulation lightning. Little gold. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he couldn't be bothered to care that the little gold mouse was still cultivating as he directly sent a voice transmission into the little gold mouse's ears. At practically the instant he sent the voice transmission, the bolt of tribulation lightning had already descended towards him. Although the target of the tribulation lightning was only the little gold mouse was still on his shoulder. But the little gold mouse was lying on his shoulder, so for a time, he'd become the target of the tribulation lightning as well. The tribulation lightning was high up in the sky as its terrifying aura enveloped down, and it practically sealed Duan Lingtian within it, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was within a thunderstorm. What entered his eyes was a dazzling scene, and the aura of lightning carried along the might of nature as it swept over. At this instant, Duan Lingtian abruptly closed his eyes and seemed to have comprehended something. This is lightning. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had even forgotten that he was in a dangerous situation, and he still silently savored the aura of lightning as he comprehended the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. The lightning force seed that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was silently strengthening. The bolt of tribulation lightning was about to blast onto Duan Lingtian. Squeak squeak. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.